What's up, ladies and gentlemen? See if I can get some people to pile in here. Doing an extra show this week. Show I did last week actually got blocked by YouTube for playing copyright videos and shit. Which I ain't complaining. I had it coming. I was playing copyrighted videos and shit. So yeah, I can't sit here and be like, "That's fucking censorship." Nah. First time that's ever happened to me, though. Kaylin Lopez says, "Hello, Edward. What's up? How you doing?" Your dollar says, "Yo." Let me see what I'm doing my lighter. Yeah, yeah. So the show I did last week, the little hurricane party, got fucking blocked. Playing a bunch of, music videos and stuff. Had it coming, had it coming. Alright. I'm sweltering in here. I didn't cool this place off. What's up, Elvira? But I'll tell you about my material. You can do whatever the fuck you want with my stuff. I don't care if you download it, re-upload it, put my records on Pirate Bay. I don't really give a shit. Being a big hater of the music business and a bit of a still kind of a bit of a punk and an anarchist and shit. Like, don't give a shit what you do with my material. And copyright does go a little too far with music. Like the music business has special privileges when it comes to copyright. You can't even teach about songs or just comment on them and stuff. Still doesn't just fair use doesn't apply for whatever reason. Not on YouTube, at least. And Dollar says, "Stay away from the Eagles." Yeah. Fuck Don Henley. Yeah. And Stephen Tregilgis, he says, "Hey Edward, great to see you on a Saturday morning here in Australia." What's up, man? Coming from South Kakalaki. Nothing to do on a Friday night but turn on this damn camera, give y'all an extra show because the last one got blocked. So I, decided I'd make up for it by, doing an extra show. See how many people we get in here, I tend to get more in midweek, like for some reason, because I think that's when people expect me now, because I've been playing, every Wednesday night, or I think last week was Tuesday. Carolyn Lopez says, "I missed it. What the heck happened?" Oh, they just blocked my video because I played some music videos on here and showed them and stuff. Now, the one before that got blocked in some countries but stayed up. This one just got blocked outright. And Morningstar says, "Back so soon, I thought we were going to give your liver a break." Just kidding. Lovely to see you, Ed boy. And Carol says, "Ooh, that's dumb." I was kind of asking for it. I knew it was going to happen eventually. Like I've been playing videos on here and stuff. Steve O says, "Hi y'all, what's up, man?" Do I have a beer in here? Let me see what I got. I got a damn Heineken. Like 50 years ago, this was like a luxury import beer in the United States. Like John Kennedy used to drink them. Yeah. Open it with the lighter. See how many people we pull in here. How many people ain't doing shit on a Friday night but watching YouTube? And Leaf Cat says, that was the last beer I ever drank. 1985 was a Heineken. Damn, I would have made my last one like a badass one, like some kind of Belgian stuff or something. Gizmodo says Cuervo was tequila at one point. Yeah. I've had some, well, I won't say memorable times, unmemorable times with Cuervo. Like, not my thing, never liked it. Carol says, we're in bed together watching you this Friday night. Cool. So you don't have nothing to do either. Putting a bed together. Oh. Okay. There's different connotations. Leaf Cat says, back then it was badass. Well, I mean, it you know, it's a step above like your, you know, normal American pea water. It does taste like a real Pilsner, but it's, you know, it ain't the best thing you can get, you know, out of Europe. If you want to get a Pilsner, get like a, you know, like a Pilsner Urquell or something. Gizmodo says the Miller of Europe. Been a while since I've had one. There's no filler material in these, though. There's no like corn and rice and all that crap like they, you know, put in some of the American Pilsners. So it does taste like something, you know. And Emerson says, hello, Edward. What's up, man? Gizmodo says, it's not a Pils, is it? It's something close to a Pilsner, at least. I think it was like originally like a Dutch attempt at coming up with a basically like a mass marketable German style beer. He says that's what I thought. Heineken is a lager. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Pilsner falls under a lager. It's just like a real light lager, you know. So everything ever made is either an ale or a lager. It just depends on the fermentation temperature. Some stuff falling around here. And he says it's the yeasting. Yeah, the yeast also matters too. There's a different yeast for lager than there is for ale, and it ferments at a different temperature, basically. Strings are rusted. They're sitting out here in this damn humidity. He says Gizmodo says top or bottom. Yeah, ales are, they use a top fermenting yeast, and the lagers they use a bottom fermenting yeast. Yeah. Carol says I prefer top. Guess she likes ale. And Gizmodo says I know way too many things. Did you used to brew? He says I got a kit once, but I know from drinking. Okay. So you just started drinking and became an expert on the whole process of making this stuff. And Giovanni Gonzalez says any Alvin Lee stuff. Not that I know, like all the way through and stuff. Bill Me says, wow, first time I ever heard Scott Joplin on the guitar. I think Chet Atkins did a few of his. Probably better than me. He says West Coast Blues. Let me see. That was almost it. Remind me not to do that one on the electric next time. Says, I like when you do Chicago blues. Loved your cover of Champagne and Reefer. Oh, yeah, that was a good one. Some Muddy Waters. It's a great picking as always, Ed. Appreciate that, man. Leaf Cat says, what do you think about John Hammond? Hey, that guy was really good, like doing the country blues type stuff. Yeah, he was the son of John Hammond, who ran Columbia Records, basically, and signed people like Bob Dylan and Janis Joplin and like Bruce Springsteen, all those people. Also tried to get Robert Johnson back in the 30s and then found out he was dead. So that's who his dad was. Evening, folks. What's up, Mr. TT? Leaf Cat says, seen him 2 times in small clubs. Oh, is he still around? He's got to be pretty old by now. Govan Finn says, or Gavin Finn says, someone mentioned Scott Joplin songs on the guitar. Richard Smith does a good job of that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've heard Chet Atkins do a few. There it goes. Something resembling Scott Joplin there. He says, nice. Smith and Tommy Emmanuel are friends, and both from the Chet Atkins school. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know Tommy Emmanuel. Says, Hammond's still active at 81 years old. Damn, I didn't know he was that old. get this thing tuned. I tell you something about these old-timey guitars, like, can't keep them tuned. They look cool, but, you know.
Good rockin' tonight. Won't you meet me out behind the bar? Don't you be a lady, wanna do you no harm. Want you to bring along my rocking shoes, cause tonight we're gonna rock away all my blues. Heard the news, there's good rockin' tonight. We're gonna rock, gonna rock. Let's rock. Come on and rock. Gonna rock away all my blues. There's news, there's a good rockin' tonight.
Some early Elvis there. Said I want that version of Boom Boom one time. Okay. All right. Says Bill Mays says no, they just sound better the longer you play them. Yeah, yeah, the old-timey guitars. Yeah, if you can keep them tuned. It says Plastic Man by Big Joe Turner. I don't think I know that one. It says what? 25 people watching, only 8 likes. Yeah, hit that like button, y'all. Get a pick for this. A little bit more gain on the amp here. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my car. Drive you to my house. I love to hear you talk. Oh, that baby talk. Mm-hmm. 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 How, hey, hey. Gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house.
driving in my car. I love to see a switch and walk that wall and talk that talk.
Let me see what we got here. There are those who would argue that the best guitars in the world are always out of tune. Yeah, they always seem to be. I've got some of them. Now, that damn $300 Harley Benton I got never goes out of tune. TT says, what's up, folks? Nellie Moriarty says, yes, sir, you're singing / playing now. Yeah, appreciate that. Elvira says, beautiful. Appreciate that. Banjo Boy says, good grief, got me some Ed Bat time, though. Thought you was done with Hurricane Debbie. Now, I'm just doing an extra show this week because the Hurricane show from last week got blocked for copyright shit. I was playing a bunch of videos and stuff on here. And Bill Me says, you need a great big Rickenbacker behind you on that song. Like, you mean like a bass? I've actually got a fake Rickenbacker 12-string in the house that needs strings on it. It's like a literal, like, Chinese counterfeit Rickenbacker. Somebody bought it and brought it to me and told me to check it out, and I told him it was fake. He just left it down here, let me have it. Randy Simmons says it's okay if it's a little out. Yeah. I mean, a guitar, like, unless you get like some kind of fan fret guitar, it's always going to not be perfectly tempered anyway, like the way you can do with a piano or something, just because of the way a guitar is designed, like with the frets and all. Call it temperament in music. That's the space between different notes. Need a cigarette. Said the Rev liked it out of tune slightly. Which Rev? An old Gary Davis or who? And Leaf Cat says Debbie left here midday. Yeah, it didn't even rain much the next day. Like after I did that stream. It's the job of the guitarist to play in tune. Yeah, sometimes I fail at that job. Gavigan Finn says, American Brand, great song. I have to look that one up. Banjo Boy says, true, I play lute with movable frets. Really? They have a lute with movable frets? That's kind of weird. I thought about buying a lute one time, but when I found out they were like $1,000, like I gave up on that. Because what am I going to do with it? Get the lute, do a live show on here one night. Welcome to Ed's medieval plague-infested live stream. Finn says, cheap guitars are better because everyone knows that a real guitarist smashes it after each show. Right? I have smashed a guitar before. I did it in high school at the talent show. Might as well tell that story again. I had a guitar called a Westone. I think it's probably a 80s pawn shop type guitar. And it was a talent show they were having at the school. And I just played by myself. I didn't use a band. And I had to do 3 shows. So what I did was I gimmicked the guitar, like I loosened the screws in the neck. So when I smashed it, like the neck would pop off, but the strings would still, you know, kind of, it would hold together long enough for me to play it, and then I could pop the neck off on the amp, right? So I do the first show, and like I do my little solo, and I reared back, and I hit it a little bit too hard, and the guitar just, like, the body broke in half. A piece of wood from the guitar flew out and hit the cameraman from the local news station, and they said I couldn't do it again. Because I was backstage, like, trying to get duct tape so I could tape the body of the guitar back together. And a lot of people that know me from high school still ask me about that shit. Remember that time you smashed that guitar? So the frets are tied on, not permanent. You talking about like those old medieval, like, leather frets they used to have? Oh, damn. Do you know Down the Hole by the Rolling Stones? I don't think I know that one. Beatles guy. It's the job for the guitar listener to get our ears in tune. Most people probably can't even tell, like, if you're out of tune a little bit, like, unless you're, you know, like, egregiously out of tune, then people can probably hear it. I can hear it when I'm listening to bands, like, in a bar or something. I'm like, that motherfucker needs to tune his stuff up. He says, holy shit, why aren't you famous like Townsend? He says he punched a hole in the ceiling. Yeah. Yeah, the Who, like, back in their early days, like, they barely broke even at shows because they were smashing, like, Gibson guitars and stuff, like, after every show. It's fun to do. Like, I wish I could buy, like, $100 guitar every week and just smash the shit out of it on stage, you know. See, I first saw Kurt Cobain doing it, like, back in the day. I was like, whoa, that's cool. It says before metal frets. Yeah, they used to use, like, leather frets. I bet those things wear out pretty easy. How many courses are on your lute? It's 6, okay. So you could, if you wanted to, like, tune it up like a guitar and shit. I've read, like, lute tablature, like, one time. Like, that stuff's kind of weird. Like, it's just a lot different from guitar tablature. Like, they don't use, like, regular numbers, like in lute tabs. He says, but double strings, of course. Yeah, lute's basically like a big mandolin. Or, well, a mandolin's like a small lute, basically. Yeah. You can see my mandolin here. Can't play it because the neck's coming off. But what he's talking about is instruments in the lute family, and the mandolin is a lute. They have what are called courses. Like a mandolin is a 4-course instrument. That means it's got 4 sets of strings. There's 4 sets of double strings, so there's really 8 strings on it. And he says ABC's the French tab. Yeah, it's got the. Yeah, I believe it had letters. That's right. Yeah, the old lute tabs. Didn't a couple of people write classical pieces like for the mandolin, like concertos? Like I think Vivaldi or somebody wrote one, like way back in the Baroque period. Says I also hate ovation guitars. I hate a fucking plastic damn acoustic guitar. Yeah, I never liked ovations either. That never got the big the hype about them, you know. They don't play that kind of shit in bluegrass and blues and stuff. I grew up on like Martin style, you know, like dreadnoughts and stuff. Other pig. It's kind of twangy tonight. These Gretches, like sometimes they can kind of get into like hee-haw territory and shit, just because the way the pickups are wound. No. Banjo Boy says I'm playing with a thumb pick. Probably not traditional. Like, oh, they're playing the lute with a thumb pick. That'd be kind of interesting. Hot Rod Lincoln. Let's see if I can pull it off here. I like my old Gretsch here. Like sometimes it's kind of annoying to play, you know, but you know, looks fucking awesome. Sounds really good. So it's sounding good. Appreciate that. Says appreciate that. Well, I appreciate the compliment. Questions, comments, talk to me, folks. Some Gary Davis there. Still got to learn the words to that. Banjo Boy says, got a request to buy a Frank Stokes bio. Might need to check that out. And Brian B says, think I smell fish. Yeah, that's what the song was. Go Piedmont Blues.
What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Make you weep and it'll make you moan. The same damn thing made me leave my home. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and there ain't no can. Well, it's the same thing that you chumped the other man. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and it ain't no pie. Well, it's the same thing that you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know.
It's a Blind Boy Fuller there, some classic Piedmont blues, kind of hokum type stuff, you know, filled with innuendo and shit. Kind of what the blues sounded like in my area in the pre-war times, you know, kind of on the East Coast, the Piedmont style, kind of more ragtime, kind of upbeat type of stuff, you know. Reminds me of a song you might hear Jerry Reed play. He might have done something like it. And she says, oh, shit. Good old double entendres. Blind Boy Fuller had a lot of those. He had fucking banana in the fruit basket and all kind of stuff. Oh, and I'll go ahead and announce, you know, I do enjoy y'all's super chats. That's the life of the show. You know, I don't put ads on these, so if, you know, y'all feel like helping me out, support me, send me a super chat. That'll make tonight's show a success. Got to do the plug. Okay, let's have a little toast here to shameless advertising. This is the only whiskey I have on me tonight. Like, funny enough, it's the Jameson's, Irish whiskey. Looking ran out of corn liquor on the last show. And Christy Bush says, "Cheers, cheers, man. Where's my shot glass?" All right. To shameless advertising. Tip me. Yeah, that's nice stuff. That's like a good budget whiskey. It's probably my favorite, cheap whiskey. It's not terribly cheap, but it's a budget whiskey. It's like kind of approaches Scotch in the way it tastes. It's not smoky though. Of course, we got to have another cigarette. She says if I had any, I'd throw it in your jar. That's all right. Don't worry about it. And Bill May says I like Scotch. Yeah, Scotch is what I prefer. Like, when I got like some extra money and I want to buy something cool, I'll go buy some single malt. Look, I'll show you what I finished recently. I had this bottle for like a month, and I finally finished it. The Glenfiddich 14-year-old Scotch. I think it's like a Speyside Scotch. He says, "Yep, how bad was Debbie in your neck of the woods?" It just rained a lot. That's all hurricanes do here. Like by the time they get to me, it just rains a bunch. I'm probably 150 miles or something like that from the coast, and so they kind of play out by the time they get here. Like the people actually come to my town like when they evacuate from Charleston and places like that. And Bill Me says, "Oh yeah." Probably talking about that Glenfiddich. And she says, "Woo!" Yeah. That's some good stuff. What was this stuff about? Probably $70-$80 for the bottle. Glenfiddich probably my go-to choice in Scotch. I usually get the 12-year-old though. But I got this for my birthday like last month. Ever drink Early Times? This is tough stuff. I don't think I've heard of Early Times. What is that? Is that a Scotch? You can see what I've been drinking. I don't clean my building here, so these bottles, they just kind of pile up. You've famously seen some of these bottles on some past streams. This is Maker's Mark bourbon, number 46 French oak. Like me some bourbon every now and then. Jefferson's bourbon, that's good stuff. Not too expensive either. And what's this? Canadian rye whiskey, Pendleton's. That was interesting. It's rye is kind of like medicinal kind of tasting, or spicy kind of taste. 12 years old. There's like a little tiny bit in the bottle. I'd just go ahead and kill it. Shit. Like a drop in there. And then this stuff. The The ergu towel. The Chinese painter piss. I had people paying me to drink this stuff. It's just pretty messed up stuff. It's just like it's just basically moonshine. It's like from Beijing, China. Did you ever hear? Hang on, stream's cutting out. Hang on. Are we back now? The stream's acting stupid. Can y'all hear me? I think we're back now. Okay. Says, you ever hear of a Delta blues artist named Sam Chatham? Yeah, he's got some stuff on YouTube. Or well, he didn't put it on YouTube. He's been dead for years and years. But he had like Make Me a Pallet on the Floor on YouTube. I think he was related to Charlie Patton and somehow tied in with the Mississippi Sheiks. It says bourbon whiskey 100 proof. I believe that that French oak whatchamacallit, that Maker's Mark, I think that's close to 100 proof. And Christy Bush says, I collect a few myself. Yeah, these bottles just pile up because I'm too lazy to clean stuff. Midwest Adventure said, hey Ed, any reason for your streaming tonight? Well, it's to make up for my last show being blocked by YouTube. So I just decided to do an extra one this week. Don't have anything to do tonight, no gigs. Banjo Boy says, Canadian. Yeah, Banjo Boy's Canadian. I got me some Canadian whiskey that I finished back there. Leaf Cat says, Wuhan whiskey. Right. Like the old Chinese stuff. Well, it's Beijing whiskey, actually. And Daniel Terrebonne says, he sends $4.99. Thank you very much for that, man. Can you play Come On In My Kitchen on the Rezo? Yeah, I'll do that for you. And Banjo Boy says, like, drink the worm or eat the egg. Yeah, I still got the Chinese eggs, the 1,000-year duck eggs in the refrigerator in the house there. Offer's still out there, $20. I'll eat one. Altamore whiskey might be worth trying. Is that a Scotch? Might check that out. He finished his cigarette, and I'll play some Robert Johnson for Mr. Terrebonne. The Midwest says right on, and then he says it's back. Okay, yeah, I think the stream's back. Yeah. One second here to rearrange my my windows here. Too small of a screen here. How much of the stream cut out? Was it just the audio or the video? I mean, was it just the video, or did I still have audio? I mean, it's high and dry bat time. Oh, the vid cut out. Okay, yeah. Well, that's good. Okay, yeah, I don't have the best internet in the world here. Like, and I've been using a Wi-Fi connection on my computer here. It buffered for a moment. Oh, both cut out. Okay. Sam Chatham had Chapman had what I thought was a really good song. Who's Gonna Love You Tonight? Still enjoyed hearing him play. Yeah, there's a few videos of him on YouTube. He's got a big, long, bushy beard and stuff. Didn't he do a video on Canned Heat too? All right. I'm gonna retune this thing.
You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Woman that I love took from my best friend. Some joker got lucky, stole her back again. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, now she's gone, you know she won't come back. I've taken the last nickel out of our nation's sack. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Oh, can't you hear that wind howl? Can't you hear that wind howl? You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. When a woman gets in trouble, everybody throws her down, looking for her good friends, none can be found. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, the winter time coming, you know it's gonna be slow. Can't take the winter, baby, that's dry long so. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors.
Some Robert Johnson there. Let's see. Ed has the new video feature. Yeah, I got it where I can play like stuff from the internet on there and stuff. Do you do any canned heat? The band Canned Heat? Let me see. I played some in bands. I didn't sing it, so I don't know the lyrics to it. But it's like,
let's get together. Come on, 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 let's get together. Every boy, child, woman, every man.
something like that. Oh, they did that old song from the 20s, that Going Up the Country song, like it's famous from the Woodstock movie, didn't they?
Going up the country, baby, don't you wanna go? I'm going up the country, baby, don't you wanna go?
I don't know the words to it. Making me miss St. Louis. I've never been out there. And Elvira says, awesome, appreciate that. There's some good blues that came out of St. Louis. Probably some good blues clubs still there. Rolling and Tumbling. Yeah, we can try that.
Don't you let nobody tear your barrel house down.
That one there was originally done by Hambone Willie Newburn. Blues standard, of course. He said, love that song, appreciate that. Forrest of Ravenshire says, good evening, Edward, what's up? It's the girl with the wolves. And Daniel Terrebonne says, woo, thanks, Ed. Love that song. Have you heard the Keb Mo version? I don't think I've heard his version of it. And Christy Bush says, TYVM, their stuff is, their old stuff is really blues. Says that was great. Appreciate that. Who's TYVM? And Gavigan Finn says, for some reason we all feel like drinking one bourbon, one scotch, one beer. I wish I knew the words. I don't know the words to it. Always preferred the John Lee Hooker version, though. I never liked George Thorogood's version of it. And Elvira says, great, appreciate that. Oh, TYVM is thank you very much. Oh shit. Who were you talking about then? Like their old stuff is really blues. Daniel Terrebonne says, why don't you tune to A instead of capo 2 on G? I don't like to break strings. I used to do that, but I just broke too many strings, like put too much tension on there. Which I know that's what they used to do back in the day because the strings were like outrageously thick and stuff. Oh, Canned Heat. Okay, she means Canned Heat. Yeah, they had some good stuff. I got a video on the song they're based off of, Canned Heat Blues, like, that was old Tommy Johnson. But yeah, believe it or not, you can look up Going Up the Country. That's actually a song from the 1920s. It's a blues song, and the original song actually has a damn recorder on it instead of the flute. Paul Cook sends Canadian $5. Can you do In the Pines, Ed? Yeah, I'll sure do that for you. Appreciate that super chat very much. Appreciate y'all's super chats. That's the success of the shows. I don't put ads on these. They take them off anyway, because sometimes I'll do like copyright music and stuff. And Daniel Terrebonne says, too much tension? Yeah, like, yeah, I noticed I broke a lot more strings, like when I tuned way up and stuff. In the Pines. All right. Now the version I do of it, like, it's kind of the lead belly chords, but I use Bill Monroe lyrics. Because that's what I grew up with. Like, I know Bill Monroe's version.
Went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. I asked my captain for the time of day. He said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the shore crossed high. I'm on my way back home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, and you cause me to leave my home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the pines where we showed our behinds, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Some In the Pines there, old ass song. Nobody knows exactly who wrote it. I don't know if Leadbelly wrote it, but he was the first to get it on record, I believe. She says, yeah, go with the old blues stuff, the real thing. Yeah, that's the best stuff ever, like that pre-war blues type of stuff. Then Banjo Boy says, damn hippies. Gizmodus is back. What's up, man? Paul Cook says, yeah, thanks, Ed. Oh yeah, appreciate that super chat, Paul. Banjo Boy says, thanks for explaining your version, Ed. I love it every time. Yeah, I do the Bill Monroe lyrics and pretty much the chords from Leadbelly, or, well, actually, Kurt Cobain's where I first heard the Leadbelly version. Brian says, always enjoyed the Louvin Brothers version of In the Pines. Love the cattle call they added to it. Like the woo, yeah. Yeah, the Louvin Brothers actually influenced a lot of bluegrass people, believe it or not. Like I heard a lot of Louvin Brothers songs being played by bluegrass bands growing up. And she says, woohoo, clap, clap, clap. Appreciate that. Where are the liquor choices this evening? I've only got one choice tonight. Like, I didn't bother going to the liquor store, so I just got this damn, this Jameson's. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I usually take votes from people, on what to drink, but yeah, I ain't got a damn thing. I got this bottle of rum with a little bit of rum left in it, left over from Mardi Gras. That'll tell you how much I drink rum. I was using it to make hurricane cocktails. That's the only other liquor I got. This old Captain Morgan's.
He says, well, that's not very democratic. Yeah, right. Yeah, I usually take votes on what shot to take. Can you sing a song about Jamesons? I don't think I know any songs about Jamesons. Let me see. Well, Jamesons is Irish, so we better use the banjo here. Let's see. Jamesons is liquor, and it's made of barley, and it stuff that you put in a bottle. It is a liquid, and it'll get you drunk. White calls it that a lot of do-da-day. A little jig about Jamesons. How did you fare with Debbie? It just rained a lot. Like that's all hurricanes ever do in my area. It just rains and rains. Gizmodo said, made perfect sense to me. It's kind of like Wesley Willis lyrics, though, weren't they? Kind of on the nose lyrics. It is a liquid and you put it in a bottle. Have another cigarette. Fucking Lucky Strike Reds. I'm basically my fucking grandpa in the 50s or something. Says, weren't Irish boat songs popular? Thanks for the ditty. Yeah, they had like old drinking songs and songs about, killing British people and stuff. I got like a whole box set of old Irish records with the Clancy's on them down here in my record collection. Says Gavigan Finn says, what to drink here? Here is what's on sale. Right. I tend to look for something that's got a few dollars knocked off of it when I go to the liquor store. You in Ireland, Mr. Finn? I mean, the name is pretty obvious. Like, Gizmodo says wailing songs. Okay, yeah. Don't think I've heard too many Irish wailing songs. I've heard a lot of, jigs and, drinking songs and stuff like that. And Terrebonne says, bluegrass and old time are all styles that come from Scots Irish. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Like, country music in America is basically a mix of, like old British and Irish folk music mixed with blues, basically. He says, show me some album covers. Yeah, I'll pull out a few. Did you ever record Terraplane Blues? Working on it. I want to do a video on that one pretty soon, actually. He wants to see some records. Let's see here. Oh, right here on top of the stack. The greatest record of all time ever made by humans. Probably the greatest piece of art ever made by humans. Like Sgt. Pepper. Actually, this is the very record that I got when I was 14 and turned me on to the Beatles, and I played it till it wore out. Like it skips now and stuff. What else is down here? I got a Muddy Waters picture disc. NASA live at Newport in 1960. Beach Boys, can't live without them. Brian Wilson, unfortunately, like just recently revealed that he had Alzheimer's or some kind of dementia or something like that. That sucks. He says Sergeant Pepper might have been the first concept album. That's the first one I ever heard of. He says, well, I'd love to say, but I got to see a man about a horse. Forrest the Raven Shirt says, I got that one too. You got Sergeant Pepper. And Jerem Graves says, hey friend, hey, what's up, man? Just showing off some records here. Do you have Pet Sounds? I don't have a vinyl of it. But yeah, that's probably the Beach Boys' masterpiece, is Pet Sounds. And a Bill Brunsey record. What the hell is this here? Oh, okay. So jazz record put out by Maxwell Tape Company. I don't know why they put this on a record, because they sold tapes. This actually got Chick Corea, like some cool people on here. And of course, the father of bluegrass music, man I met twice, Mr. Bill Monroe. Where those Irish records at? What'd I do with them? Got too much stuff down here. I can't locate them. Gavigan Finn says, in the U.S. now. Okay. Well, welcome to our fine country. The Banjo Boy says, good grief, fucking fantastic. Yeah, I like to believe I got a decent record collection. Then he says, glad I came. Well, yeah. Gizmodo says, Pet Sounds, woof, woof, meow, squawk. No, Pet Sounds was a good record, man. It's like, almost like the complexity of a damn classical record or something. Like Brian Wilson was, that's when he was starting to, do acid and shit. He started getting like really crazy, and he was trying to compete with the Beatles on a musical level. He couldn't outsell them. So he was like, well, I'll just be more musical than they are. And so he put Pet Sounds out. Any autographed? I've got a Glenn Campbell that's autographed somewhere. I don't know where the hell it is. Tell us the Bill Monroe story. How'd you meet him? Well, let's see. I met him twice. And she says, "Oh, you can play all the Bill Monroe you want to." Oh, okay, cool. Let's see. The first time I met Mr. Monroe, I was about 5 or 6 years old. We were in Myrtle Beach at a bluegrass festival, and he was up on stage playing, and I'm like a little kid. Like my dad went off to take a piss because he would have never let me do this. Like if he had been around, like I was with my grandpa, and he said, I said to him, like, I want to go up there and dance with him. And he was like, well, go up there and ask him. And so I just walk up to the stage in the middle of him playing and just looked at him and said, hey, can I dance with you? And he said, come on up here, boy. And I danced on the stage with him. And afterwards we went to talk to him, and he took me back and, let me sit on the bus and stuff. He gave me a quarter. I still have that quarter. I still got the pictures dancing with him and stuff. I'll have to show those one day. The second time I met him, I was probably 11, about a year before he died. So we're talking like about 96 or something like that, or 95. When was I 11? I would have been 11 in 94. So, okay. Might have been 12. I don't know. But he was getting off the bus. And, of course, he had, like, terrible fucking eyesight. He had, like, Coke bottle glasses. he starts walking off towards the woods, and somebody grabs him and turns him around and says, hey, the stage is that way, man. and so I walked up to him, was like, hey, how you doing? Will you sign my ticket? Like, I'd had my ticket for the Bluegrass Festival, big thing you hang on your belt, you know. And he's like, he says, well, no, I'll sign your head, boy. And he takes his pen and tries to sign my head. I'm like, all right, well. And then he signed my ticket. I still have that signature to this day. A beautiful signature. And I actually asked him to play In the Pines for me. He said, yeah, I'll try to do that one for you, boy. And he never played it, though. And that's my Bill Monroe stories. She said it was Brian Wilson's answer to Sergeant Pepper. Pet Sounds, I think it came out the year before Sergeant Pepper. Yeah. It was actually his answer to Rubber Soul, I believe. But Paul McCartney, when he was writing Sergeant Pepper, was influenced by Pet Sounds. And yes, Sergeant Pepper definitely was a concept album. First rock concept album I've ever heard of. Leaf Cat says, was you clogging? Well, when I danced up there, I was doing like my 5 or 6 year old impression of buck dancing, basically. Do you think Glenn Campbell is unappreciated? I think he got his due credit. I mean, like most people recognize him as a good guitar player. I actually met the guy who wrote "Gentle on My Mind" too for Glenn Campbell, John Hartford. He used to play bluegrass festivals. He actually walked up to my dad, John Hartford. Like, my dad has a beer. He didn't know if he was supposed to have a beer or not. He goes like straight behind his back. And he's like, "Hey, how you doing, man?" He's like, and Hartford's like, "You know what time it is?" It's like, "Oh yeah, it's 8:30." And Leaf Cat says, I think he was underappreciated. And she says, that's cool as fuck. It's talking about the Bill Monroe stories. And he says, thanks for sharing, Ed. Yeah, I got to meet all those people, like all those old bluegrass people. I met Ralph Stanley. I sat at a picnic table and talked to Mac Wiseman like all damn day one time. Because, those bluegrass festivals, they didn't really go hide on the bus or nothing. You could just kind of talk to them and shit. And Gizmodo says, yeah, Rubber Soul, right. Yeah, that was, Rubber Soul was like the first album where the Beatles like just started getting kind of wacky and stuff, Leaf Cat says, I remember watching Wichita Lineman on TV when it came out. I'm old. Oh, shit. And Gizmodo says, how about underappreciated? Who is underappreciated? Blind fucking Blake, very underappreciated. Probably the greatest guitar player of the pre-war period. That would be my answer. And Tim Gagan's music. Thanks for recommending a good mic on your last live stream. Rock on. I appreciate it, man. Just wish I could turn the mood lighting off on this damn thing. And Dan Cope says, best story ever. Appreciate that. You were more interested in guitar than banjo? Yeah, I mean, I always played the banjo, but I was never like a genius at it because I focused on guitar. Because I figured, learn to play the guitar, I get like lots of chicks and fucking money and stuff. And it said Roy Clark. Oh yeah, Roy Clark was a good one. He also played the banjo. See the banjo working today? Let's see. I could do a little bit on the banjo. Gizmodo says, I'm a pickin'. Christy Bush says, Mac Wiseman is related to my kids. They grew up listening to bluegrass at festivals. Oh, cool. Who all did you get to see? Yeah, but Mac Wiseman sat with me and my dad at a picnic table at a bluegrass festival, talked to us all day long. He showed up to the festival in a Cadillac, like by himself, and he got the Osborne brothers to serve as his backup band. And he was playing a Yamaha acoustic that Lester Flatt had given to him. And Banjo Boy says, just love the moonshine stories. Got a few of those. Yeah. Picking and agreeing. So many greats that never got big. Danny Gatton, for sure. I'm not sure I'm familiar with Danny Gatton. Says, think Ed is unreal. Appreciate that. She says, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can talk to all those guys at bluegrass festivals. Well, they're all dead now. You know, it's mostly like hipster bands and stuff now. So, there's a guy going around called Cody Norris now that I'm friends with. That's like really good. Like does the old time stuff. He sings like Jimmy Martin and shit. Like look up Cody Norris. In fact, I might have his record back here. I don't know where it went. Says that means awesome in Australia. Yeah, yes, we say that here too. Like that's fucking unreal. Dave says I learned finger picking from a banjo player while playing a ukulele. Only then applied it to guitar. Okay, yeah, I learned banjo picking. I mean, finger picking on the guitar when I was about somewhere in my teens, probably. Like my dad knew how to do it. He learned it from his grandpa. My great grandfather was kind of a Piedmont picker. Like he could play that finger style guitar, but he was like mainly a bluegrass guy. Gizmodo says, "Well, that's fucking criminal that you don't know Danny Gatton. Have to look him up." Junior Brown's unique. Yeah, I've seen him. He's got that that weird like kind of combo guitar, steel guitar thing, don't he? Gatton was huge from my area. Oh, okay. You have to look him up. When it's called Scruggs, then you know you got a riff. Right. Yeah, I mean, Earl Scruggs pretty much single-handedly invented, three-finger banjo picking. And Gizmodo says Delmarva, D.C. And Jerry Reed was a finger picker. Yeah. I seen him do like a good version of Don't Think Twice one time, like by Bob Dylan. I actually got to see Jerry Reed's grave. It don't have his name on it. It's got his like real name, which I can't remember what it is. We saw it in Nashville in a big mausoleum. It's like, we just went out and like, hey, let's go see some dead country singers' graves. And him and Ava Cassidy. Says Gatton was scary. What would Gatton play? Says Gatton was a DC guy. Okay, yeah. Plenty of Gatton on YouTube. He played with Roger Miller on ACL. Oh, okay. Jazz, country, blues, rockabilly. So he kind of did a little bit of everything. Good.
break of day. Called it a holler, don't sit down, you don't want here, ready to go. Late in the evening, about sundown, high on the hill and above the town. Played the fiddle on high to rain, you could hear it talk, you could hear it sing.
He was an amazing player until he ate his shotgun. Oh, he pulled a Kurt Cobain, huh? Shit. So Crystal Bush, Jerry Reed's name was Jerry Reed Hubbard. Okay. Yeah, there's this big mausoleum you can go to, big graveyard up there, like in Nashville. Like you can see all kinds of people's graves up there. Creepiest mausoleum I've ever been in my life. It's like an indoor mausoleum. Like you enter the place, the air gets heavy, and it's quiet, and it's like just creepy as shit. There's a lot of people in there. Okay, Gizmodo sent me a link here. I play a little bit of it. Like I got blocked last week playing videos. I play like a tiny little snippet of it. I'll take the second to load here. Got to knock the ads out. Let's see what we got here. Headphones. There's a rockabilly. Is that Austin City Limits? Playing a damn Telecaster. Hey, I've done that before. With the bottle. I do that at gigs sometimes. Oh, he's spilling the shit. He's got beer in it. I do it with empty bottles. You know, he's cleaning the guitar now because he just spilled beer all over it. That guy is damn good. Shit. I probably heard of him at some point, but like the name didn't stick in my head. Damn. Playing the shit out of it, doing like some rockabilly type stuff. Says that there's a Fender Custom Shop Telecaster high dollar Danny Gatton model. Oh, okay. Shit. I've never owned a Telecaster. So the acoustics must be awesome. Oh yeah. And Steve Strecker says hello from Michigan. What's up, man? Hello from South Kakalaki. Brian says the wife and I visited Bill Monroe and Uncle Penn's grave. And that would be what, in Rosine, Kentucky. And Christy Bush says hey, Steve. Yeah, he's a regular around here. Banjo Boy says, I like the new feature, Ed. Yeah, I got where I can play videos and stuff on here. Like, hopefully I can keep YouTube from blocking me this time. like they did for my last show. That's why I'm doing an extra show this week. Gizmodo says, the take I'm going to build is going to have his pickups and wiring. Oh, okay, damn. So he had like his own custom kind of wiring in the Telecaster. And Christy Bush says, dig that bass. Yeah, like somebody with a big double bass, one of those big doghouse basses like that. That's always nice to have around and stuff. We had one come to a gig one time, and he hadn't played it in years, and it like wore him out because those things are very physical to play. Like they wear you out. And he played one set on it and said, "Oh, okay, I need to pick up my electric bass now." And he says, "Try this one." All right, look it up. Okay, let's hear this. Pull it up. That he's playing there. That's a Gibson something or other. That's a Les Paul. Ain't it? Yeah. This is like kind of a more jazzy type thing. I'm doing some country there. Damn. Yeah, he's definitely got it going on. To check out some more stuff from him. Joe Bearden pickups. Okay, yeah, I don't know too much about them. Would the old guys hate a telly? I never liked one. I never could get with them, like, for whatever reason. More of a Stratocaster type of guy. Now my dad, like, he was like Gibson all the way. Like, I gave him my Stratocaster one day to play, and he was like, "That ain't nothing but a piece of shit. I can't believe anybody play no bullshit like that. You gotta use it. I use a damn Les Paul." Gizmodo says this was a sound check. Damn. Still have to check out the Black Ace. I'll try to look that up in a little bit. He was way over my head, but great. Yeah, that guy could play like hell. He played a tour with Robert Gordon. Okay. What is the best brand of glass beer bottles to make a slide? I wouldn't use any beer bottle. I'd use a wine bottle. Like do I have one around here? Just go to the store and just look for a cheap bottle of wine. And look for the one with the straightest neck on it. See, damn beer bottle's too thin, and they're usually sloped. Making me think of Dick Dale. Right. Yeah, some damn surf vibes. Tellys and Esquires were the first solids. Probably, yeah. I didn't think the Esquire was like before the Telecaster, wasn't it? And Ferreira says, "Hello from Brazil. What's up, man? Hello from South Kakalaki." And Gizmodo says, "Ed has a video on how to make a slide from a bottle." Yeah. I got a video on here somewhere, like how to take a string and dip it in kerosene and light it, and make a slide. Just go out and find a wine bottle with a good straight neck on it. And Dave says, here's a slide for you. Wonder if I can find that video. Maybe do a little commentary on it. Where's my channel? Have to look for it. I got a lot of videos now. Oh Jesus! I don't think they'll bust me for using my own video. It's way back there. Where's that son of a bitch at? Oh, here it is. So here's me attempting to speak on a camera before I got used to speaking on a camera, because a camera is like deer in headlights shit to me. Like a camera will scare the hell out of you. And here's the video on how to make a slide.
People used to make their own guitar slides. I'm going to show you a really old method of doing that even Muddy Waters talked about. It's the old burning string trick. It involves taking a piece of string.
Notice I got the lavalier mic right there.
Dipping it in kerosene, tying it around the neck of the bottle, lighting it on fire and breaking it off.
That made a cool ass thumbnail too.
And I'm going to do that with a bucket of ice water. That's the easy way to do it. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to score around the bottle where I want it to break off with this file here. You know, who has glass working tools and stuff? So here I got some.
Yeah, it actually takes a while to do that scoring if you want it to make a good break, like a good clean break. You got to sit there for a while and fuck with it with a file.
Butcher's twine. You don't want to use anything that's synthetic; it'll just melt. This is you know, the kind of stuff you'd truss a chicken with. And
I cook, so I got butcher's twine around all the time. Hey, is that this ashtray? Yeah. And there's that's the kerosene in the ashtray.
Here I've got some kerosene in this glass ashtray here. Now kerosene is something people used to have around a long time ago. People used to put it in lamps and heaters. Even when I was a kid in the 80s, we had a kerosene heater in our house. That thing was smelly too. So I'm just going to dip my string.
I actually broke the globe to that lamp there.
In the kerosene here. Right.
Awkward.
I'm going to tie it around the neck of the bottle, right where the score is at.
Got kerosene all over my hands now, and that stuff is hard to wash off because it's oil based. It's like petroleum product.
Yep. I'm going to give it a snip. Okay. Some of this kerosene off my hands, hopefully. Well, yeah, because I don't light myself
Now I just got it on my face.
on fire. Now, you got to hold the bottle horizontally. If the flames lick up the side of the bottle, it can cause you to have a bad break on this thing.
Yeah, I made that mistake a few times, letting the flame go all up the bottle. It makes it break bad.
So I'm just going to give it a light. Hopefully my lighter is going to cooperate with me. There we go. Nope. Breezy out here today.
Oh, there it goes.
I think that's it. And just kind of roll it around.
Got to let it get good and hot.
And I want it to pretty much burn out.
And then into the water.
Alright.
What kind of bottle is that? Like that? Knowing me, it's probably like some European shit. I don't buy California wine. It's probably like Chianti or something like that.
That's it. And into the water.
Sometimes you got to give it a little push to make it break.
And there's our guitar slide. These things never break perfectly. It's just always kind of jagged. So here we go. I'm going to hit it with some sandpaper here just to dull these really sharp glass edges.
Right here you can see the roof of the building I'm in right now, actually. That's my little studio here.
People used to grind these things down on the sidewalk, but I don't even have a sidewalk here, so I'm just using this sandpaper. All right, let's try this thing out, and be really careful when you make.
Here's this building right here back in the good old days when it looked kind of cool, but it wasn't insulated, so couldn't keep it cool or warm in the winter. I had to take all that shit down, and I put up paneling and put insulation in here, but it doesn't look as cool anymore.
Make these things. Yeah, that works. If you enjoy the content on this channel, please consider tipping me via PayPal or Patreon below, and please like, subscribe,
Hey, there's my
and
new
share.
video. All right, pull myself back up here. Anyway, yeah. There's my reaction to my own video. A PB&J sends $7. He says, how about some Outside Woman Blues? Yeah, I'll do that for you. Appreciate that $7, man. Appreciate all your super chats. That's the success of the show because I don't put ads on these. Says actually there was a Rickenbacker that was made in the 30s. That's right, the frying pan guitar, the old Rickenbacker frying pan. That was a solid body guitar, I believe. You know what else we got here? Like the pie plate. Yeah. Yeah. They call them a frying pan. Leaf cut says stage fright. Yep. Yeah. I was kind of stiff in front of a camera. Like, it still kind of am a little bit, you know. You can see the humidity in the air. Yeah, it gets pretty damn humid down here. Let's do some Outside Woman Blues for PB&J real quick. Retune. Blind Joe Reynolds, covered by Cream in the 60s.
When you lose your money, great God, don't lose your mind. so goddamn crooked might make a 4th degree. Tell all you married men how to keep your young wives at home. Tell all you married men how to keep your young wives at home. Better get your job, roll the man, carry your labor home. Well, you can't watch your wife and your outside women's too. Well, you can't watch your wife and your outside women too. Your wife will be at home doing your dirt, but what you trying to do?
Now, when Cream like covered that song, probably about '67, I believe, he was still alive. Like he died about a year after that. He probably didn't know like there was a big selling rock record with his song on it. That he was still playing in the street for quarters and shit. He didn't get rediscovered in the '60s like a lot of those guys did. He says, I have 2 slides, one from a beer bottle, the other from a wine bottle. I prefer the beer bottle. The one from the wine bottle is too thick and gets in my way. Well, see, I'm kind of the opposite. I like a thick slide. Like the beer bottle, like on these thick ass like strings on the resonator, like it don't really hit too good. So Leaf Cat says, talking about the Rickenbacker frying pan, I believe he said, I think it was close to a lap steel. Yeah, I believe it was a lap steel. Gizmodo said the awkwardness is endearing. If you ask me, talking about my video that I played, yeah. You can watch my first video on here. This like just deer in headlights. Like, the Crossroads Blues is a song by Robert Johnson. Took me a while to get used to that camera. And Banjo Boy says thanks, appreciate it. Christy Bush says, shared y'all to my news feed. That's cool. Appreciate that. So being overly slick is not fun to hang out with. Right. What tuning is this song that you're playing? It's an open D. It says, tail dragger if you're in the mood. I don't think I know that one. Dan Pillar says, hey Edward, what's the 00 looking great in your Patreon photo? Looks nice. The 00 looking geek box in your Patreon. Oh, okay, yeah. It might be this one. It might be the other one. This is a, let's see. This is a Martin Sustainable Wood series. It don't have the numbers on it. My other one's got the numbers on it. They're both like 00, I believe. This one's kind of expensive here. I think the 00s are cheap. Like it's probably the other guitar I got, my other Martin. And Elvira says, nice, appreciate that. It's time for a shot here. You know, I've been sitting on this piece of shit here for months. I'll give y'all a choice. Should I hit the Jameson's Irish whiskey or the Captain Morgan's white rum? Y'all tell me. And he says Irish time. Okay, so vote for the Irish whiskey. Did you ever try to play open G minor? I played an open D minor. That's what Skip James used to play in. I've never tried open G minor. Midwest Adventure says, hey Ed, for the intros for your videos, do you make the background music? Yeah, that's just little ditties I recorded. The videos these days like got John Henry in the background. That's from the album I got that you can see right up over this way. Wait, right there. Yeah, that's my album. JB says Irish all the way. Another vote for Irish. Leaf Cat trying to cheat in this election. He says take the rum and chase it with the Jamesons. Voting for both parties. Helen Wolf did Tail Dragger. Oh shit! Okay, that's one that slipped my mind. I'm sure I've heard it at some point. Then if Helen Wolf did it. And Dan Pillar says had a couple already. When's the new album coming? I'm hoping this month. Like I got another guitar track to do and some vocals, and that's about it. And then I got to mix it down. It's pretty much like close to done. Another vote for Jamesons. Okay, so they're voting for Jamesons. We'll do the Jamesons. She says, "Hi, you tell us how you're going to feel in the morning." Right. Well, now that I'm like 41, like the hangovers kind of suck these days. You got any rockabilly? Yeah, I can do some rockabilly. Gizmoda says, where's the Chinese paint thinner when you need it? Right. Yeah, that bottle's empty. I had that bottle almost a year before I finished it. You record and mix yourself? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And for the album that's coming out, like I play the drums and bass and all that stuff on there. I know a little bit about doing studio stuff. I've been recording like various things since probably the 90s. All right, cheers. Do some rockabilly.
Well, that's alright, mama. That's alright with you. That's alright, mama. Just any way you do it, that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Well, mama, she done told me. Papa done told me too. Son, that girl you're fooling with, she ain't no good for you. Now that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. I'm leaving town, baby. I'm leaving town for sure. You won't be bothered with me hanging around your door. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Da da dee 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 dee. I need your love. That's alright. That's alright now,
that there was Elvis's first hit, like when he was still with Sun Records. I think the first song he had out on record was, what, do y'all know? Can you tell me? A little bit of trivia here. Mentioned the songwriter's name earlier. Says Renata Tekayangui says, "Good night, Ed. What's up, man? How you doing there? Who can tell me Elvis's first song out on record? That's All Right, Mama was pretty early. Yeah, Arthur Crudup wrote it. Yeah, but he had another one. You know, the songwriter I've met a couple times. I mentioned him earlier. He did Blue Moon of Kentucky by Bill fucking Monroe. And apparently when Elvis performed it on the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Monroe was there, and he was like, you better not mess this up, boy. Yep, right. Brian got it. Blue Moon of Kentucky. Yep. And Ravenshire says, old ship. Bill's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, actually. Like, so I've met a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer. It says Suspicious Minds is a classic. I played that with bands before. Could you do some lessons about Open G and some songs to practice? I'm not good in this tuning. I've been thinking about doing some lesson videos and shit, like to see how people react to that. Might do some in the near future. Trying to plan out what I might do though. So Open G, for Spanish tuning, got a tune to it. It's this famous banjo song, Old Ship. Okay, shit. I probably heard it at some point. So, like any open tuning, like, the chords come pretty easy. It's just straight across the fretboard. But with the open G, your root note is the second string. That's your G right there. So when you're doing the Delta blues on here, you got to hit that second string for the rhythm. Just straight across the fretboard to do chords. You can kind of go down here like a few frets and turn it into a seventh. Let's see, Spanish tuning, is that Vestapol? Let's call it Spanish tuning. What's up? Oh, wait, I read that. What's up with the no vibrato arm on the Bigsby on the Gretsch? Never seen that. This has got a vibrato on it. I just keep it folded back. It's right here. So Ed, you should look up Elvis Can't Play Guitar on YouTube. Like it's an overdub of Blue Suede Shoes, and it's hilarious. It's like a 40-second clip. Oh no! But he wasn't much of a guitar player. I think he could play piano better than he could play guitar. Let's see what we got here. Let's see if I can find it. It's a 40-second clip. I can probably get away with that. All right, what we got here? Let me get it pulled up. All right, let's get it on the screen here. He's got a damn parlor guitar. Is that real? Shit. No, I've got old Elvis here. Turn my B camera on. The famous LSD camera. Woo! In the God of the weed, on there. Don't you know that I love you? Yeah, he's right up there in front of me with his fucking race car there. And let's see. Ferreira says, thanks for the demonstration, Ed. Appreciate that, man. Elvira says, beautiful. Thank you very much for that. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Banjo Boy says, Elvis comeback special. He was good. Yeah, I love that damn comeback special. Like, especially the part where, you know, he was just, like, sitting there with his old band members, like Scotty Moore and shit, and just kind of fucking off. You know, that was cool as hell to watch that. The damn pillar says the foot squeaks got me. Right? Timmy Raven says, what's up, party people? What's up, man? What we got here? Questions, comments, y'all? I love the Ed Check It Out video. The Ed Check It Out video. Timmy Raven says, what you been playing tonight? Just random stuff like people have been asking for. Little blues, little rockabilly and shit. Step it up and go. I can do that for you. Yeah. I love the Stagger Lee version you did last week. I might do that in a second. For me, Elvis shows his guitar skills in "Baby, What You Want Me to Do." You talking about on the '68 comeback special? He grabbed like somebody's expensive ass Gibson hollow body and started playing it. Do you have a regular day job? Not anymore. Just play gigs and do YouTube, basically. Live lean. Do you remember when MTV came along? No, I'm not that old. I was born in '83, so the MTV had already been out by then. I do remember when MTV was still kind of watchable, like Beavis and Butthead, and they used to play pretty decent songs on there. They played the same 5 fucking songs all day, but it's decent stuff. Step it up and go.
Had a little girl, little low. Please love me, but she don't no more. God stepped up, go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand Pat, I swear. God stepping up, go. Back door shut, front door too. Blinds pulled down, what you gonna do? God stepped up, go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand Pat, I swear. God stepped up, go. Gave a little bit and she took it all. God stepped up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand Pat, I swear. God stepping up and go. Me and my baby walking down the street, telling everybody but the chief police. God stepped up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand Pat, I swear. God stepping up and go. Sang this verse, ain't gonna sing no more. I hear my girl calling and ain't no more. Well, step it up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand Pat, I swear. God, step it up and go.
A little bit of the Piedmont blues there. That song actually found its way into rockabilly. I think a couple of rockabilly groups covered it. And what else? Do you have a preference on fuzz? If you're a pedal guy, I've got a Dallas Arbiter fuzz face because Jimi Hendrix, of course. I like the Taj Mahal stagger lead, but they all are cool. I do the old Mississippi John Hurt when I play that one second. Said good to hear that. Appreciate that. Leaf Cat says I'm that old. Talking about MTV, I guess. But when I first started watching MTV, it was during the grunge years. I was watching Kurt Cobain and and like Metallica doing the Black Album and stuff like that. So Gizmodo says I met Taj Mahal once. Big man. He came to my town one time, or pretty close to me. He came to Augusta. Didn't get to see him. And Timmy Rabin says, never saw Taj live. Sounds like a cool guy. He was when I met him. Daryl Hall, not so much. You met Daryl Hall? I can't go with that. Oh, no can do. I can't go for that. Daryl Hall kind of looks like he'd be a fucking douche if you met him. Plus, he's named after a famous Indian monument. Yeah, that's true. I'm at work finishing up. Oh, shit. So it's almost time to get the hell out of there, huh? And Dan Pillar says, natural picker. Appreciate that. Let's do some Stack of Lee. Mississippi John Hurt style. I think I'll turn this damn air conditioner off, actually. Cut back on some of that noise. Let me put a capo on here, actually. Consummate professional, just stopping like the song and restarting. Want it to be a little higher so I can sing it better.
Police officer, how can it be? You can arrest everybody but the cruel Stack of Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Billy the Lion told Stack of Lee, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Spotted Billy the Lion, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stack of Lee shot Billy the Lion about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. They all gathered round, hands held up high, and when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee.
Stack of Lee, like, you know, there's many ways to say it. Stag Lee, Stagger Lee. I think Stagger was the original nickname for the guy, or Stag, or something like that. Stack O'Lee is what Mississippi John Hurt called it. Since he showed his board, that was informative. Yeah, I showed my pedal board last week. And John Oates and Taj Mahal at the same time. You met them both? Timmy Raven says, hey, Daryl Hall is my dad, lols. Yeah, did him and John Oates got in a spat lately about something or other, about the rights to their music. I can't go for that, no. Now that show that Daryl Hall used to do on what was that TV channel? It was like Access or something like that. He had like guests on there, and they'd play music in his like living room or studio or whatever the fuck that was. That was a pretty good show. It was called Daryl's House, wasn't it? Yeah. Banjo Boy says you wouldn't go to Daryl's house. Stacko or Stago, like it's just many versions of the name of that song. And what we got here? I remember the Buggles. I don't think I remember the Buggles. My old girlfriend lives in Augusta. Oh shit, yeah. Disgusta, we call it around here. See, I live across the river in South Carolina, but me and all my friends, you know, we go out to Augusta to get into various kinds of trouble, drink, you know. Let's see, there's a great song that I believe you'd like and could do justice with, titled Where Did My Legs Go by John Mayall in his 1970 USA Union album. Have to hear that. Yeah, John Mayall just died recently. He was like 90 or 91, something like that. Leaf Cat says, great stream, Ed and chat. Gotta sleep. See you next time. All right, see you later, man. You have a good one. Timmy Raven says, I just bought a Flamma guitar pedal from Amazon. Nice, $40. What's a Flamma? I don't think I've seen one of those. Does chorus, flange, tremolo, rotary? Oh, it does all those things like the Flamma pedal. Chorus, flange, tremolo, rotary. Okay, damn. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I got it like a fucking univibe and a chorus, like on my pedal board. How many blues guys were, quote, discovered for the folk 60s? Well, let's see. You've got Skip James. You got Son House. You got Mississippi John Hurt is another one of them. Like several of them. Booker White. Somebody sent me an email for the guy who discovered some of those guys. I think he's still alive. Who kind of managed Sun House and all them. I might have an interview with him, but he's pretty bad at like using Zoom and stuff like that. So we'll have to see. Timmy Raven says, LOL, you probably met her then, LOL. And Katie Bush says, Daryl's House. Yeah, that was a pretty good show. Timmy Raven says it's a Chinesium pedal. Oh, right. Got that rare Chinesium rare earth metal in it. Yeah. Grab me a beer here. Yeah. Cigarette lighter. Questions, comments, y'all? Well, yeah, still have to tell y'all about the Chinese 1,000-year egg thing. Like I'll eat one for like $20 in a super chat. My wife's Chinese, like, she buys those things, and it freaks people out. And you want to see me eat one, I'll eat one. Like the 1,000-year duck eggs with the the brown jelly. It's kind of my version of a little like jackass stunt or something. You ever listen to the Dead do Smokestack Lightning? The Grateful Dead? No, I haven't heard them do that. The Grateful Dead, like, not a band whose music I know too much of, except for the hits, like Casey Jones and stuff like that. Never was a big jam band guy. All asked about the 60s folk. I have a Filipino friend who eats a balut. It's like a half baby. Yeah, it's like a balut is like a duck egg with a chick in it. Yeah. Yeah, fuck that. Hell no. And she says, cheers. Cheers. Okay, the nice guy was MJH. Know any Jimmy Reed songs? I wish I knew all the words to, like, I'm going up, I'm going down, I'm going up, down. Didn't he have a weird turnaround / chord progression? Yeah, I don't remember it, but I got like a Jimmy Reed tape somewhere, like a cassette tape that somebody brought me. There are some people around here who still listen to cassette tapes. Like old guys I know from the 70s and stuff. It's like the first shit I listened to was cassette tapes. Sound terrible. I mean, but people would like get really caught up in their tape decks. I got the baddest tape deck you ever seen in your life, man. She says, I'd pay you not to eat one. Timmy Raven says, I still have a shitload of cassettes of mostly old band stuff and favorite albums. Yeah. I mean, they should have stuck with vinyl. Like, cassettes, like, not my favorite thing. Like, even though I grew up on them. CDs, like, total trash. Fuck CDs. I still haven't gotten around to selling a physical CD yet because I don't buy them. But a lot of people are asking me for one. So they might put one out, If you buy my my album up here, it's like an MP3 download. Touch of Grey, that's a Grateful Dead song, right. Well, see, Ted Nugent was a big influence on me, and if you know Ted Nugent, like Jerry Garcia was like his mortal enemy and shit. Like you wouldn't believe some of the shit that Nugent said about Jerry Garcia. He's like, he was a fucking lump of shit. Always wanted to cover Casey Jones. Driving that train high on cocaine. Grateful Dead live at the Fillmore East 1970s. Fire Smokestack Lightning on that record. Okay. Like, there's a place I play around here called World of Beer. And the manager that runs the place that books us, like he's actually like a huge Deadhead and stuff. And I told him, like, I don't listen to much Grateful Dead. He was like, what? Well, let's talk about this, man. Like, the only people who have ever offered me drugs at a show were Deadheads. Like, these two guys walked into a club I was playing at They were like, "We just got back from seeing the dead, man. You want some acid?" It's like, "No, not tonight, not tonight." So I remember Grateful Dead playing the song "Touch of Grey." Yeah, that was a hit for them in the '80s. Muddy Waters' old plantation recordings are stellar. I've gone too long without hearing them. You talking about like those old Lomax recordings, like the field recordings he did? It was like just like acoustic and shit. Banjo Boy says, "Of course, I know the Motor City Madman." Yeah, yeah, big influence on my guitar playing. David Hicks says, "Damn, I got sidetracked. I was playing slide for a bit and was dumb enough to let my kids get a hold of my phone. I saw you were live tonight and meant to get on here earlier." Yeah. Better put the damn kids to bed, like with me talking on here, like saying all these naughty sailor words and shit. Also, that other song, "Buckin'." You mean trucking? Banjo Boy says, "Don't do it, Ed." We're talking about the Chinese egg. Katie Bush says, "My Vietnamese neighbor lady loved to get me to eat strange things in front of her family. It was the entertainment." Yeah, me getting to know Chinese people, just like with my wife and all, like they get a kick out of like shoving weird shit in your face and watching you eat it. I was eating Chinese New Year's dinner with the people at a local Chinese restaurant, like a Chinese buffet. We showed up and I was like, "All right, we're going to get free buffet tonight." Now they took all the fake Chinese buffet food and threw it out, and they brought their food in there. And I didn't recognize anything that was sitting on the dinner table, right? I saw a bowl of snails there. I was like, okay, escargot, I can do that. Picked up a few snails. They had not been cleaned properly or something. They tasted exactly like chicken shit. And I grew up on a semi-chicken farm, so I know what chicken shit tastes like, unfortunately. Then they put this bowl of stuff in front of me. I had no idea what it was. I asked them, like, "What is this?" They said, "It live in the sea." They didn't know the English word for it, right? It's like, "Live in the sea." It's like, SpongeBob? What is it? It turned out to be jellyfish. Like, so I ate some jellyfish. Like, it's kind of like, like a soy sauce covered condom or something, basically. So David Hicks says, "Yeah, they aren't around now. They were playing a game on it." Okay, yeah. Shit. Brian Furian says, "Hi from Brazil. Love your covers. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much." Timmy Raven says, "I went to a vegan wedding reception one time. That was the strangest food for me. I didn't get my toaster's worth." Right. Yeah. I hung out with punk bands like when I was a teenager, and we actually had a band called Citizen Fish come down one time. They were like a lot of the guys in the band were from a more famous band called the Subhumans from Britain. There's a Canadian Subhumans, there's a British Subhumans, it's the British guys. And we had to throw them a vegan barbecue. They were hardcore vegans. So that was like the strangest barbecue of my life. Banjo Boy says, "Better story, awesome." Timmy Raven says, "Soy sauce covers anything." Right. David Hicks says, "My dad got married to a Chinese lady from Hong Kong when I was 18, and she loved that weird egg you had on your show. She also loved some weird chicken foot delicacy. I had to eat that one time. Yeah, the braised dim sum chicken paws. Yeah, I've eaten it. Actually, made today. I made Macau pork chop buns. Says you must love your wife. Been there, done that. Yeah, she's great, man. She's great. Timmy Raven says, LOL, vegan barbecue. What did you cook? I guess tofu soaked in saucy stuff. It was like fake hamburgers and stuff like that, like they made for them. But yeah, look up the Subhumans. Like a classic old 80s punk group from Britain. They had a side band called Citizen Fish that came to town. I've also had some nasty, slimy shit going to legit Chinese dim sum. Yes, it's all steamed, you know, so you're not going to get much texture out of, you know, steamed food. I mean, there is some great stuff in China, some great food. I love some Sichuan food and, you know, some Cantonese stuff. Some of the stuff I can't get with. You know, it's just too weird. I don't like the way they do noodles. I'm a kind of a pasta elitist. I like my fucking al dente Italian pasta. They tend to fucking overcook noodles in Asia. And Timmy Raven says, I've heard of the Subhumans. Yeah, classic band. Yeah, I met some of those guys. Had a badass bass player. Christy Bush says, Tofurkey. Yeah. Damn. I've seen those. I've still got vegetarian friends, like the old punk guys, you know, like some of the punk guys were vegans and vegetarians and all that stuff. I got a kick out of how they refuse to use knives to cut meat. They love using scissors for that element. Yeah, or they got them damn big cleavers they cut stuff with. Timmy Raven says Chinese food is great. I'd love to go to mainland China. I'd love to see the Emperor's tomb. I always wanted to see like Chairman Mao's fucking taxidermied body and shit. That'd be fucking cool. The Banjo Boy says noodles in a wok. Oh yeah, you can stir fry noodles. That's, you know, lo mein. He says, I'm bitching, but I actually love Chinese. LOL. I agree, Timmy Raven. Timmy Raven says the stuffed Mao. Yeah, some kind of weird thing they have in communist countries that they love to like taxidermy their fucking dead leaders and put them on display. You know, you got like Vladimir Lenin in Red Square. You got all the old guys in North Korea are on display, like Kim Jong-il and in China, they got Chairman Mao, like right there. You can, in a glass case, you can go look at him and shit. Does your wife play guitar? No, she don't play nothing. She took piano lessons when she was a kid, but she never learned to play anything. And Banjo Boy says maybe that's Vietnamese. Now they do noodles in a wok in China. Christy Bush says mac and cheese, right? Do you know Big Mama Thornton's version of Hound Dog? I've heard it. I probably can't play it. It's a slow version, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit slower than what Elvis did. My kids in Austin were vegans when they could afford it, right? Yeah, vegan. Like if you go like straight vegan, like no animal products whatsoever, like you probably spend some money. like on some food. It takes like a bit of dedication and stuff. I've known like several vegetarians and vegans. How about Stormy Monday? I don't know the words to it. Call me Stormy Monday. Tuesday is just as bad. I think I covered it one time on the channel, but I forgot the words. He says, I'm striking out tonight. LOLs. Ed, you're bringing the spirit of the blues to life. Your fingerstyle guitar is on point, and it feels like Blind Boy Fuller and Robert Johnson are right here with us. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. How about the Allman Brothers, Melissa? Ah, shit, I don't know too much Allman Brothers actually, but my favorite southern rock band was Black Oak, Arkansas. It's like a little bit of a more obscure band, and I've actually seen the Allman Brothers in concert. Saw them when I was like 12 years old, and their endless guitar solos. And I used to do Midnight Rider with a band. And Christy Bush says he'll get there. Right. Jim Dandy to the rescue. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, a little bit of it. Don't know all the words to it. Right? Yeah, I got a few Black Oak records down here below me. I always like their album cuts, so like shit like Hot Rod and stuff like that. So thanks for preserving this incredible heritage and sharing it with the world. Keep those vibes coming. Appreciate it, man. David Hicks says, heard of Jesse Wells. Is folk or Americana, but he's been putting out some impressive stuff on YouTube lately. I don't think I know him. Timmy Raven says, you need a woman to shout in the background on that one. Right. Yeah, that's Ruby Starr that sang with Black Oak. Woody Guthrie.
This land is your land, and this land is my land. From the California to the New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me.
Don't know the words. Says I sold my records when my dad died. Oh yeah, I kept all of mine. I still got my dad's records. Says love your country. I appreciate that. Timmy Raven says that's an inspiring song that's appropriate for today. I love the second and third verse. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was like a hard lefty too. Like he actually had extra verses to the song that he taught his son that were like all like communist and shit. To go Jim Dandy, right? No, now the fucking album cuts from Black Oak were the best, like Happy Hooker and Hot Rod and Hot and Nasty and all that shit. The guy's voice was fucking brilliant. It's like, you know, just, yeah, drive me, hot rod. Like around here, they were really big. Like in the South back then, like it was more like a live band though. You know, they didn't sell a lot of records. They were like a live act you'd go see. And supposedly Jim Dandy was like a big influence on David Lee Roth. If you watch him on stage, like it's kind of obvious. The D. Merck says grew up on folk music. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I love me some Bob Dylan. That's what I'm talking about. Heaven above, Jim Dandy below. And Banjo Boy says, how old was he? Jim Dandy? Hey, he was a boomer. He's probably like 70 something now. And Nick Lucas Blackbird. I know the Beatles Blackbird. Let's see. Sure to get me demonetized.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings, learn to fly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arrive.
Yes, like that basically. Capo goes. What else could get me demonetized here? Speaking of Bob Dylan,
ain't no use sit and wonder why, babe. Even you don't know by now. Ain't no use sit and wonder why, babe. It won't do you good no how. When your rooster crows at the break of dawn, you look out your window and I'll be gone. You're the reason I'm traveling home. Don't think twice, it's alright.
seen Bob Dylan one time. Says, sounds just like the record. I appreciate that. And John Sharp says, Terry's in the house. What's up? Timmy Raven says, okay, later, folks. See you later, Timmy. Banjo Boy says, Peter, Paul, and Mary, showing my age. Oh, yeah, that's back in the 60s. Puff the Magic Dragon. They thought that was like a drug song and shit. Says, what about Mountain? I don't think I know any Mountain, like, like Mississippi Queen and stuff. I can't remember the riff. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and do a little bit of business. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. If you like Bobby Dylan, you'll love Jesse Wells. I highly recommend. Not his old alternative or grunge stuff, but the new stuff he's putting out is literally like he's straight out of Bob's area. I have to look that up. Shit. The Banjo Boy says, what's your favorite acoustic guitar? I like Martin's. Like, just kind of growing up with bluegrass music. It got me into Martin's. Actually, the fucking cheap one I got in the house, like, is my favorite one. Like, this one's kind of got, like, a little higher action on it. He says, the sound of silence. do I know that? Let me see. Not a folk expert. Hello, darkness, my old friend. It's time I talk to you again. I don't know the words to it. She says, wow, really nice. Appreciate that. Tangled Up in Blue. Too many words for that one. Let's see. What key was it in? Working as a cook for a spell. Tangled Up in Blue. I don't really remember it. She says, which phase? My favorite phase of Bob Dylan was early Bob Dylan, like from, like his first couple of records, like goddamn Freewheeling up through, like Highway 61 when he went electric and shit. He says, LOL, I love that song, but I was referring to when you went to water the tree. Sounds like Disturbed lyrics. Yeah, Disturbed covered that song, I believe. Yeah, old Sound of Silence. Yeah, Paul Simon song. D. Merck says, when Sound of Silence was first released, there was no background music. It didn't sell, so they added some music and it became a hit. I didn't know that. Shit. So they did it a cappella, huh? The Banjo Boy says, what was the famous folk concert? The Newport Folk Festival, probably? And Austin Baker says, yo, what's up, man? Where did old black dudes play for hippies? That's probably Newport. Like this fucking Muddy Waters record right here is Muddy Waters at Newport. Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accepted that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, then you better start swimming or you sink like a stone, for the times they are a-changing. He says, Def Letter? All right. Yeah, I do Deaf Letter Blues. Excuse me 1 second here. And I'll take tips if y'all got them. Appreciate those super chats. Super chats like make this show a success. I don't put ads on these videos. If y'all can afford to tip me, I'd appreciate that a lot.
I got a letter this morning out of you, ringing red. Hurry, hurry, said the gal you love is dead. I got a letter this morning out of you, ringing red. Hurry, hurry, baby, said the gal you love is dead. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase and I took off down the road. By the time I got there, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase, took off down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, I walked up real close and I leaned down in her face. Well, the good old girl won't see her till Judgment Day. Well, walked up real close, baby, and I looked down in her face. Won't see the good old girl now again to Judgment Day. Well, you know the 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, they began to let her down. Looked like 10,000 people were standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, baby, they began to let her down. You know, I didn't feel so bad till the good Lord's sun went down. I didn't have a soul to throw my arms around. Well, didn't feel so bad till the good Lord's sun went down. I didn't have a soul, baby, to throw my arms around. Well, you know love's hot or fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, love's hot or fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes make you feel sad and blue. Well, you know I woke up this morning, feeling round for my shoes. Well, you know I got the walking blues. Well, woke up this morning, feeling round for my shoes. You know about that, baby, I got the walking blues.
little bit of Sun House there. I visited his hometown in Clarksdale, Mississippi, and he lived up in Tunica where the casinos are now. Went there too. And the gas worker says, Killing Floor. Hard to do a solo acoustic version of that. I do it with bands, like sometimes. And Christy Bush says, Tangled Up in It. Appreciate that. She says, yeah, break it down. Gas worker sends $5. So you deserve more than I can give, Ed. Thanks for sharing your talent with us. I appreciate that a lot, man. Appreciate that $5. JB Robertson says, a la Taj Mahal. The low E, C on the A, open D and G, E flat on the B, open E, move fingers half step down. That's a train. Right, pretty much, yeah. Like a train sound. Yeah, this old Sun House riff here, like it actually shows up in a lot of places. You know, he first used it on a song called My Black Mama, like back in the 30s. And of course, you know, it's the riff for Little Red Rooster by Howlin' Wolf. You know. Little Red Rooster. Yeah, same riff.
Too lazy to crow for day. I got a little red rooster, too lazy to crow for day. Got everything in the barnyard, upset in every way. The dogs begin to bark and the hounds begin to howl. Where the dogs begin to bark, baby, and the hounds begin to howl. Well, everybody knows it. Little red rooster proud. See my little red rooster, please bring him home. Well, if you see my little red rooster, please bring him home. Got everything in the barnyard, obsessed and even gone.
Says, thanks, nice. You can say something about Sun House. This Fender Bender says, shucks, man, that was sweet. I'm running you through my sound system. Any Hurts Me Too? I don't know that one lyrically and stuff. Herman Shantz says, hola de saludo desde Argentina. What's up, man? Hola, man. Josh M says, You could charge $1 or $2 for song requests. Yeah, right. But see, then like people would pay me to play stuff I probably don't know, and then I'd be fucking them out of money. Like, she says, "Hola, Argentina. You'd make a killing in St. Louis. I probably like around here, like not much of a blues audience actually. Like you get like more into Georgia and stuff. And there's more blues fans and stuff. But around here, it's basically your standard cover band material, like Black Crowes and Tom Petty and stuff like that, right? So walking by myself, Jimmy Rogers. I don't know the words to it and stuff. Like I used to know T for Texas. Now the big thing around here, like this beach music, they call it. Like it's basically like old 50s and 60s R&B. They call it beach music in South Carolina. My girl, my girl, my girl, talking about my girl, like stuff like that. I don't play stuff like that. Yeah, the shag dance, they call it. Yeah. Kind of like originates in the Myrtle Beach area. Like all that shit, like over the boardwalk, under the boardwalk. Played many of beach tunes. Like if I had to play that all the time, I'd probably end up hanging myself or something. This is my family's from the Low Country. Oh, okay, yeah, the Low Country, South Carolina. So I kind of live in the central Savannah River area. This is on the western part of the state. Like the Low Country would include like Charleston and Beaufort and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the coastal area. And she says that's great, 100%. Appreciate that. There's actually a couple of blues songs that actually find their way into the beach music repertoire. Like it has to be the right tempo. It's mostly like shuffle type songs. It's got to be that certain tempo, like for beach music, like 110, 120 beats per minute that people can do the shag dance to, right? He says beach music is Daryl. I don't recall any Hall & Oates songs being in the beach music category, but I mean they, it's just like just old ass R&B. Who's up for a shot? JB Robertson says any ragtime tunes. I can do you some ragtime. All right, we got a Jameson's Irish whiskey and this Captain Morgan's rum that I hate, that I make mixed drinks with. What do y'all say? McClellanville, Dave said. Okay, I don't think I've been to McClellanville. The D Merck says it's Motown. Yeah, basically like the what they call beach music here is like old Motown. Yeah. And they've got original beach music too, Dave sends $5. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that a lot. Says, pardon me, we have forest fires, you have Debbie canes. The woods burning down up there in Canada? Think of what kind of ragtime I could do here on the old Gretsch back there. Oh shit. Let's see. Do you like 50s or 60s style Strat necks better? I like weren't the 50 ones like kind of thicker? Like I'm not sure. I tend to like thin necks on my Strats. I've got a 60s reissue Strat in the house. I wish it was real. This would be worth about $20,000. The Jasper National Park burnt down. Oh shit! You close to that? But I know those fucking Les Pauls, like the 50s Gibsons, like the Les Pauls, like had this, like a baseball bat for a neck. I tend to prefer like thin neck guitars, which is why I'm playing a Gretsch tonight, which has a thick ass neck on it. Smoke this, play a little bit of guitar here. '60s Gibsons I know is thin, probably Fender too. Yeah, they got thinner in the '60s. Yeah. And Dan Peeler says, yeah, '60s were thinner. I get used to each different times. And Christy Bush says, yes, sir. Rag Mama Rag by Blind Boy Fuller. Don't know the words, but switch pickups. Knock some of the gain off this amp. A little too hot there. D Merck sends $10. Appreciate that very much, man. Really appreciate them super chats. That's the success of the show. Says Banjo Boy says for bending it doesn't matter, like on a thick neck on a guitar. Yeah, it don't matter too much. It just gets more aggravating to play with a thick neck. So Dan Pillar says a hollow body's rule. That one's sweet. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, this thing's got a nice sound to it. Christy Bush says khaki lady. Chug chug chug. Right. Kakalaki, yeah. South Kakalaki, the state I live in. It's a great big mystery, and it sure is worrying me. This a diddy wall diddy. This a diddy wall diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what diddy wall diddy mean. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. I went to church with my hat on the seat. Girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. I said, sister, I'll soon be gone. Give me that thing you sitting on, Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. Then I got put out of church for talking about Diddy Wall Diddy too much, Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. Some Blind Blake there. Dan Pillar sends $4.99. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. He says, cheers, thanks, man. You know, David Hicks says, that was deadly, man. Someday I'll pick a shitty version of what you do. Like, I appreciate it. I'm just learning some basic stuff, self-taught, but I'm a baby still. It takes years. It takes a while, you know. And Banjo Boy says, you like Blind Blake? I love some Blind Blake. Hard to play. I'd say like the best technical guitar player of the pre-war period. Like Blind Blake, a big influence on the Piedmont blues, the kind of blues they had in my area here on the East Coast. I didn't get no votes on which one of these to drink, so I'll hit the Jamesons. All right. Give me a shot here. Cheers. And don't forget, like $20, I'll eat one of those fucked up ass 1,000-year eggs. They're in the house in the fridge. So, questions, comments? Guitar back up here. Got 19 people left in here. David Hicks says that's 59 cents American, but hey, our money like has more color, right? Right, the Canadian money has more color to it. Yeah, ours just green. Canadian $13.99. I appreciate that a lot, man. Appreciate that super chat. The Piedmont Blues, Railroad Bill, he said that he will, and he never will, and ride. Railroad Bill, he's standing on the hill, rolling a cigar with a $10 bill in the morning just before day. Railroad Bill, he's coming home soon. He shot Macmillan by the light of the moon in the morning just before day. Railroad Bill, he's a mighty mean man. He shot the lantern out of the brakeman's hand and ride. Railroad Bill, so mean and so bad. He with his mammy shot his old granddad in the morning just before day. Banjo Boy says, don't eat that, or maybe I go swim in the Seine. But the Seine's in France, ain't it? And Christy Bush says, that's some nimble picking. Appreciate that. Miss Constitutional Rights in the house. Give me clappy hands. Appreciate that. Oh, you actually wrote me an email and it went to my spam box. I just saw it yesterday, so I'll respond to your email and stuff. Like it sat in my spam box for like a week before I found it. It says, damn it, I love this song. I never get tired of you playing this. I was just listening to your YouTube recording of this today. Oh, cool. Cool, man. So the way you bend the strings is amazing. I appreciate that. Can thank Jimi Hendrix for that, like crazy bends. Says Miss C's in the house. Indeed. And she says, sounds good. Appreciate that. And then she says, oh, yeah, my lyrics. Yeah, she sent me some lyrics.
Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm so in love with you, woman, don't know what to do. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women right in the palm of my hand. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women right under my command. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you.
And Christy Bush says, had a great time. See y'all another time. Cheers. I'll see you later. Have a good night. And Josh M says, what's that smells like? Smells like our bill, railroad bill. Am I reading the right? No, Josh M says, what's that smells like fish? I played that one earlier, actually, about an hour or two ago. What happened to Railroad Bill? Banjo Boy says, they hunted him down and killed him. Like he was sitting at a barrel, like eating crackers and cheese, and they just kind of came up on him and shot him. He's a real person. He was just like a hobo who shot people. Probably like late 1800s, maybe around 1900, that kind of period. Dan Pillar says 1983, a merman I shall turn to be. That's a Hendrix song. If I remember it, let's see. I don't remember it. Now.
Where I went from yesterday, love that war is here to stay. So my love kept me to Annie, and I done take the last walk from the noise to the sea. Not to die, but to be reborn.
Yeah. Can't remember how to play it. And let's see, Banjo Boy says, can you show me some Jimmy string bends? Basically, just bend it as far as you can without breaking the string. That's a Jimmy bend, you know. Catfish Blues. Let me think here. See if I can get it. Might play that in a second. Edward Quieres venir a tocar Argentina? Like, I guess he means when are you going to play in Argentina? Oh, not sure. Haven't ever left the U.S. before, actually. Might one day. Slide Spearman says, what's the story behind this song? I guess he's talking about 1983. It's just like a crazy psychedelic song that Hendrix wrote about turning into a mermaid. It was on Electric Ladyland, like in 1968. Chromatic Goodness. Yeah, man. You should learn Fishing Blues by Taj Mahal. Yeah, I have to look that up. Banjo Boy says, why does that sound like Jimmy? That was Jimmy. Es muy bueno lo que haces. I appreciate that, sir. Gracias. Be a beer here. Got 14 people in here now. Got the hardcore fans like now. Guitar cables caught in the chair. And Josh M says, thanks, Ed. Appreciate that. Banjo Boy says, cerveza, por favor. Yeah. Got me a cerveza right here. Do the old cigarette lighter trick. Need the big lighter. I don't know why people can't figure that trick out. Just the like the second joint here on your finger, like your index finger, the second little joint. You stick it in there like that. You get like leverage, like pop, you know. All right, what y'all got for me? What kind of stupid fucking questions y'all got to ask me here? Your resonator's sweet. I appreciate that. That's called a Morgan Monroe. Actually bought it for about $350. It's Rory Gallagher. Yeah, I wish I knew some Rory Gallagher. Yeah, it was a good investment, man, like buying this thing. I just kind of randomly picked it up at a music store one day. Got some damage on it, like it's not in the best shape in the world, but still sounds good. I actually like it better than the metal resonator. It's got like a more woody sound because it's made of wood. Right? Kind of sounds more earthy or whatever. This is Hernan Shant says, Tienes banda a sos vos solo tocando cuando te presentes en vivo. Ooh, I don't know if I know how to translate that. I see tocando, that means playing, right? Present in life or present live? Banjo Boy says, okay, nice score. Do you like the biscuit? Like I got the biscuit on the metal one. Yeah, I mean, don't make too much difference. Actually, like the biscuit versus like a straight bridge on a resonator. To me, it don't make much difference. Chad Thompson says, sup Ed, Saturday night stream, eh? Yeah, it's Saturday night now. Like it was Friday, but yeah, what's going on, man? I dig the natural top with the sunburst back and sides. Yeah, the thing kind of popped out to me when I saw it in the music store, and I just picked it up. Banjo Boy says the spider doesn't matter. That might matter. Like actually, you got like or like different numbers of cones, like your tricones and your single cones and stuff. Yeah, basically, like inside here, you basically have like an aluminum speaker. It's shaped just like a loudspeaker. Heavy as all hell. They're not balanced either. They like to fall this way, like because this end is so heavy. They just fall that way and fall that way. Like sometimes when you see me playing the resonator, I have to like lean over like this because I'm trying to keep it from falling back. Banjo Boy says, I'm running out of questions. There's 17 of y'all in here tonight. We had a good like 30, 40 people earlier. Canned heat on the road again. I can't remember how that one goes. I used to play Get Together by them with a band, but I didn't sing it, so I didn't do the words. I did like the slide part on it. Yeah, that fella from Canned Heat actually, relearned Son House how to play and shit. Thanks for showing us your pedals last time. Oh yeah, got the pedal board. I used to not have a pedal board. I used to use like 1 or 2 pedals, and I just kind of built them up over time. Like sometimes like a straight fucking blues show. Like if I don't have to play any rock, like I'll just use a compressor, like that MXR compression pedal. It's like as a boost. But I never was big on like having a million effects, like those guys that have like rack units and all that kind of shit. Like I never liked that stuff. Dan Pillar says Budgie. They're like Rush mixed with Sabbath kind of, but they're really good. Budgie. I have to look that up. Look up. Budgie's like a nickname for a parakeet, isn't it? But apparently, like somebody last week informed me that that Black Sabbath was considered a prog rock band in their time, which kind of makes sense. With some of the more complicated arrangements they had, like War Pigs and shit. Bread fan. Bread fan. You mean you're like a fan of the band Bread? Play some War Pigs. Yeah, I'll hit a little bit. Smoke this. I'm trying to put a loop through, but I need some reverb. It's like an electric loop. Simple riff, just damn good. Yeah, and some drummers like can't fucking play it right either. like the timing to it. Any gigs this weekend? Nah, I ain't got shit to do. That's why I'm doing a stream. And to make up for the last stream I did, which got blocked, so I'm doing like an extra one this week. So how to get blocked? Just playing all those videos and shit. Okay, War Pigs on the Gretsch. Here we go. Here goes nothing.
Gathered in the masses, just like witches at black masses. In the fields of body, shit, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields the body's burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. I love you. Politicians hide themselves away. They only started the war. Why shouldn't they go out to fight? They leave that all to the poor. Yeah.
A little bit of War Pigs there. What I remember of it. Chad Thompson, $5. Appreciate that very much, man. Says War Pigs for the win. Right, let some Black Sabbath, man. Some early heavy metal. Sweet. Ever done it on the cigar box guitar? No, I've never tried it on the Gretsch. Midwest Adventure says, I'm back. Welcome back, man. David Hicks says, LOL, Banjo Boy, they're coming for you. No, his last live stream got blocked by the YouTube Nazis. He played too many copyright tunes. Right, yeah, doing them damn videos like shit will get you blocked. I just smacked my drums. Oh, you got some drums over there? This Gretsch sounded pretty good. It sounds all right for that. Yeah. Not a very high output guitar. Did you guys end up having much flooding in your area the other day? I haven't checked on the news in Charleston. You'd never have flooding like around here. I'm into Sand Hills, but Charleston might have flooded. Do you play drums, Ed? A little bit. Got the drum set back there. Do you know any Violent Femmes? Yeah, I had a girlfriend, it was her favorite band.
Let me go on like a blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one.
That's about all I know. Guarantee I'm the first person who ever played that on a fucking Gretsch. Says, how about Slipknot? I don't know no Slipknot. Slipknot was very popular when I was in high school. That was their peak, like the late '90s and stuff. Didn't get into them. He says, I like some of their stuff. See, like in high school, I was more into punk and shit, as far as modern music. Before I Forget is probably my favorite song from them. I kind of like what's it called? People Equals Shit. That's a pretty good song. Sabbath. Now, see, in my high school years, like the guys I hung out with were, you know, just straight up punk rockers. Okay, we hung with the people who listened to more mainstream music, like at the time would be like Manson and Slipknot and Korn and stuff like that. But we didn't listen to that. We were kind of elitist, you know. It's like we got our fucking punk records, like fuck mainstream radio crap, you know. So we didn't listen to that stuff. Says guy with a Cyrillic name says nostalgic orgasm. Appreciate it. And Nick Champlin says, dang son, appreciate that. I'll be the first one to play it on a lute. Like, yeah, to try some Black Sabbath on a lute. Yeah, Mike can pull off something on there. Ed, you need to check out the Japanese metal band called Ninjin Isu. They're really good. Like I tell you what I like is some fucking baby metal, man. Like that's a Japanese band. Let's see. White Key Punk says, "Do you like Buster B. Jones? I don't think I'm familiar with him. Do you have a tattoo? I have no tattoos. All my friends had tattoos, piercings. I never got any. Like anytime I had money to spend on a tattoo or something like that, I just bought beer with it." Ninja and Isu is more Sabbath style metal, like kind of like stoner metal and shit. Yeah. Camera went out of focus. Yeah, it does that. Like when it goes out, I have to show up my face. In focus now? Yeah, okay. There we go. Now my buddies would take a sewing needle and wrap thread around the bottom of it and dip it in like ink pen ink and just make little pointillism tattoos on their skin. My best friend has like scum or something like that written across his knuckles, like with that sewing needle. He's trying to get him removed now and shit because he's 40 something. Love Buster B. Jones, great thumb style. I think I do know who you're talking about. Now, he have a beard, and I think he's dead now. I believe I do know who you're talking about. Yeah. I have seen some of his stuff. Yeah, a guy named Buster. Yeah. There's really nothing I like enough to put on my skin permanently, so I never got a fucking tattoo. Got like some cool scars and some brain damage from being in mosh pits and stuff, but no tattoos. In fact, I think when I learned the finger picking version of, God damn it, what's it called? Sitting on Top of the World. Yeah, I believe when I learned the finger picking version of that, I actually looked at him playing it. That's how I remember him. Yeah. And I believe he was showing Chet Atkins' version of it. The Banjo Boy says, "Me too, I'm old and dumb." Yep. Yeah, right here, old and dumb, me. Black Sabbath was influenced by blues rock from bands like Led Zeppelin and Cream. They took that sound, turned it to darker, heavier, helping to create heavy metal. I I don't know if Sabbath was influenced by Zeppelin because they came out like probably the same year. They definitely were influenced by Cream. Like a fucking old Robert Plant like actually pissed me off like a couple of years ago when he said, "Hey, fucking Black Sabbath didn't influence metal. They influenced grunge. Like, we influence metal." You know, Led Zeppelin, good band. I prefer Black Sabbath over them, like as far as like metal and shit. So Buster, he played with Chet a lot. Oh, okay, yeah. He did some like Chet Atkins lessons online and stuff, I believe. Banjo Boy says, "Can I admit that I'm a Who fan?" You're safe here. I'm a Who fan. I wonder what Sabbath would have been if Ozzy wasn't such a stoner and got kicked out. Well, you know, honestly, like by the time he got kicked out, they were kind of stale, like creatively and shit. Like I think like Dio actually, you know, kind of gave him like a little bit more life. You know, I don't fucking listen to the Dio stuff really, like the Heaven and Hell stuff, but you know, they were getting kind of tired, like by the time they kicked Ozzy out. You know, Nick Champlin says, "What the fuck are you?" or "Where the fuck are you?" I'm in South Kakalaki. And Chad Thompson says, "Me neither." Ozzy Sabbath is the only Sabbath for me. Right? Yeah, I love the Ozzy Sabbath. Oh, who the fuck are you? Oh, okay, yeah, by the Who. Yeah. Oh, tell me who are you? You know, when I was a kid, they didn't censor the fuck in that line, like the "Who the fuck are you?" and now they do, like on the radio around here, they fucking bleep it. Chad Thompson says, "A strange thing, Ozzy isn't my favorite solo artist." Not mine either. I don't listen to much of his solo stuff. I just like Black Sabbath. But like a lot of the like the 50-year-old you know 1980s guys that I play with, they fucking swear by Ozzy and Dio Sabbath, and I was like, no, I like the fucking old Sabbath, like the first 4 or 5 albums Sabbath did. Like that's like the best shit in the world. And I've got a couple of Dio records down here, like in my collection, like down below here. Who Made Who? AC/DC's an underrated album. Yeah, that's a pretty good record. Now, like as far as a favorite AC/DC record, I'm probably going to go with like early stuff. Like like Highway to Hell's, the 70s, like Bon Scott stuff. But Ball Breaker was really good. Like I seen him on that tour, like back in what '96 or whatever it was. When did the screaming vocals begin? Probably the '80s, like when thrash came out and shit. Like late '80s, early '90s, you started getting like the Cookie Monster, like type stuff. Mott the Hoople, I'm old. Oh, goddamn. Yeah, that's an old band. But hell, like most of the stuff I listen to is like fucking old as shit, like 60 years and back. Like, I had a thing for psychedelic music when I was a teenager. Got into punk. You know, grew up on bluegrass. Got into blues probably as like an early teen. I mean, probably the most modern band that I'll tolerate is like the White Stripes. I do like some White Stripes, and that's 20 years ago. So MJH had a nice voice. MJH. Nick Champlin says, "Attaboy." Right. You know, I do love my fucking early '90s like grunge material, like Nirvana and stuff like that. But mostly for me, it's like 1960s or maybe like mid '70s and on back to the '20s. Like, you know, you're a closet Swift fan, Ed. Nah, I don't like no Taylor Swift. Maybe fucking Madonna was okay. Says "Attaboy" on the Stripes, Into Pines. I actually played Into Pines earlier. Banjo Boy says Mississippi Johnner. I played one of his a little bit earlier. Chad Thompson rolling in the floor laughing. No, I have no sympathy for Taylor Swift. No. Can't have a stream without Into Pines. Yeah, I played that one about a couple hours ago. Oh, look at this. It's like an old picture of me with semi-straight hair. My tongue hanging out. With the Les Paul. And that's a shirt from Alternative Tentacles, Jello Biafra's record company. Deep Purple is metal to me, and screaming in the good sense. Yeah, Deep Purple is like an early kind of founders of metal music, kind of like a Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath. And Banjo Boy says hippie. Martian Murray says grunge is my jam. I like some old Nirvana and shit like that. I kind of got a soft spot for some '90s stuff. Even today, I'll listen to some '90s stuff that I wouldn't have listened to back then. I'll put on some fucking Tori Amos and some damn, Alanis Morissette, and like make sure nobody's looking and stuff. Yeah. A few pictures down here. What else I got? Back when I was all sexy and stuff. Like, look at that shit. See if it'll focus. Holding that Les Paul. Damn, I'm smooth. Yeah, like I used to straighten my hair with a fucking flat iron. I still do it sometimes today, but I have to do it like in cold weather because the hot weather will fuck it up. He says, "I wish I was young and beautiful." Yep, me too. Right? Dr. Pop says late and long time missing from the chat. Kick out the jams. I'll play a little bit in a second. Martin Murray says, "What happened to the beard?" Well, when I turned 40, I started like shaving and stuff, like so I would look younger. Like, but I really can't grow a full beard. Like the sides of my face are completely bare. I can grow a goatee, and that's it. Love your John Henry. You done that tonight? I'll do that. fucking eyes.
John Henry was a little baby boy. You could fit him in the palm of your hand. His papa cried out, "There's a lonesome farewell. Gonna be a steel driving man, Lord, Lord. Gonna be a steel driving man." John Henry went up the mountain and he looked down the other side. John Henry was so small, the mountain was so tall. Laid down his hammer and he cried, "Lord, Lord." Laid down his hammer and he cried. John Henry walked through the tunnel, had his captain by his side. Well, the last words that John Henry spoke bring me a cool drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. Cool drink of water before I die. John Henry told his captain, "I wanna go to bed. Well, fix me a pallet, I wanna lie down. I got a mighty road in my head, Lord, Lord. I got a mighty road in my head."
And Nick Champlin sends $5. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that, sir. The Martian Murray says, "Smart, my beard's getting gray." Right, yeah, but mine is too. When I miss Constitutional Right says, "Have a good night." You have a good night too. Nick Champlin says, "Nice, appreciate that." Dan Peeler says, "Thanks again, good night. See you later, Dan Peeler." Slide Spearman says, "Let's get back to the roots of the blues." Right. That's definitely an old one there. It probably goes back to maybe 1900, somewhere around there. It's kind of a debate over whether John Henry was a real person. I think he probably was, because most of the other songs about that time written about people, like actually were real people. Like Railroad Bill was real around 1900. Stag Lee, real person. Like those guys made the papers. John Henry never made the papers, but he was probably real just based on kind of like precedent and stuff. Don't know where he lived. Might have been West Virginia. I've heard people say it could have been Alabama. Not quite sure. So David Hicks says, that's another one of my faves of yours. Appreciate that. Banjo Boy says, thanks for singing. Still here mountain time. The mountain time in Canada, so that's kind of out towards the Rockies and shit. Nick Champlin says, I was just going to ask, I think he was a prisoner. He may have been a prisoner that was forced to work on the tunnels. Like when they say steel driving man, what they mean was that they used to like have these steel drills that they would drive into the rocks in a mountain when they were building tunnels, and they'd knock them in there with a fucking hammer and bore a hole, and they'd put dynamite in the hole and blow out the rock, right? So that's what John Henry would have done as a job, and he could have been a prisoner that was forced to do that. Yeah. And Banjo Boy says, yes, tunnel man. Yeah, he worked on tunnels, like built just driving holes in the rock to dynamite out the rock, right? Slide Spearman says, Willie Dixon once said, blues is the roots. Everything else is just fruits. Just a reminder of how foundational blues is to all music. Yeah, I mean, you talking about like the roots of modern music. You know, you got blues, you got ragtime, you got jazz and stuff like that. All that kind of stuff kind of comes together to make American music. Nick Champlin says, I heard the white sand refers to a prisoner graveyard. Might be. Like you talking about somewhere up in West Virginia? Questions, comments, y'all? Another cigarette. That's what it says in some book. I don't. Okay, they think they know the tunnel he actually worked on is in West Virginia, but then you got these other people saying he might have been from Alabama, and kind of hard to say. There is a graveyard, I believe, somewhere up there that's got a grave with the name John Henry on it. It might have been him. Did you try to play slide with a fire lighter like Hendrix or Sid Barrett? Well, I don't have a metal lighter anymore. I did try it, like a damn Zippo lighter. Yeah. Didn't know Sid Barrett did that. I heard Hendrix did it on a Watchtower. That was a 12-string too, I believe. Like Hendrix, playing the lighter part, like on Watchtower. Sid Barrett, he played an Esquire, basically a Telecaster, with mirrors taped all over it. Steel driving man, that's a great American myth, I believe. Yeah. I mean, I think he was probably a real person, but semi-mythological and stuff. Kind of like Robin Hood would be for England or whatever. Another brewski here. And Banjo Boy says, like Paul Bunyan. Yeah. But yeah, if you look at the other people who folk songs were written about from that time, talking about the late 1800s, around 1900 probably, the other guys, you can prove they were real. Like Railroad Bill was real, John Hardin was real, Stag Lee was real. Those people were, you know, written about in the newspaper and shit. You know, John Henry just didn't make the papers. Not John Hart, John Hardy. I was talking about. John Lee Hooker used open A in most of his songs. Yeah, he liked to use open tunings. Yeah. And Banjo Boy says, "Thank you." Yes. Yeah, I do believe John Lee Hooker. Like I think he played a lot of stuff in open tuning. And Banjo Boy says Wild West, right? Well, Stagger Lee was from St. Louis, or was it Kansas City? One of those. Railroad Bill, I think he was like running around like Alabama and Florida. John Hardy, not John Wesley Hardin, the old West guy. John Hardy, I'm not sure where he was from. And then, of course, yeah, like John Henry, like possibly from West Virginia. Him and Casey Jones. Never heard you play a White Stripes. What you got? I don't know any White Stripes songs lyrically. Like I like to listen to them, but I do Def Letter sometimes. That's a Son House cover. Actually, I made a recording of "Fell in Love with a Girl" about 20 years ago, but like don't remember it. So I did it with some friends of mine. Have you tried to play slide with a... Oh, I read that earlier. Why was ragtime invested... the rag rhythm Scott Joplin? But why was ragtime invented? The rag rhythm Scott Joplin? I don't know what reason they would have invented that, but... that was pretty much the first American pop music, if you think about it. And of course, like certain guys in New Orleans, like Louis Armstrong and such, they started taking the rhythm to ragtime and kind of swinging it and fucking with it like a little bit and improving, and that became jazz. But it's mostly dance music. Like people dance to it, and of course, ragtime for the time had like a strong kind of beat to it. You could dance to it, right? It's raggedy, yeah. Probably why they called it that. Yeah, make it raggedy, right? Pre-blues. Yeah, like ragtime. You're talking probably 1890s. Like probably came about. Blues like probably right around the same time, but like didn't get popular until like a few years later. What do you think about Bob Brosman? I don't know too much about him, actually. I mean, there were blues songs that were put on record during the ragtime era, like talking about 19 teens. Like I believe Memphis Blues by W.C. Handy is probably the first recorded blues song. and it actually kind of honestly sounds more like a ragtime piece. But it's like a fucking cakewalk, technically. And Banjo Boy says, but of course the black musicians, yeah. Yeah, like in this country, like American music, pretty much invented by black folks. But you can kind of draw like a straight line from ragtime, you know, in the early 1900s, late 1800s, to the music of now. Like you can look at the progression and draw a line straight back to ragtime music. And Banjo Boy says, yes, cakewalk, an interesting period. That's pretty much what the Memphis blues is, like a cakewalk, yeah. And the first blues song that actually sounds like a blues song to modern listeners is called Crazy Blues, like done about 1920 or 1921. I can't sleep at night, I can't sleep at night. Man I love, he won't treat me right. You could kind of almost put W.C. Handy in the ragtime category, even though he you know was like one of the earliest blues. He was the earliest blues artist to be recorded, like out of Memphis. You can go down Beale Street. They got a big statue of W.C. Handy standing there. I saw it. But yeah, the old country blues like didn't really get popular and get on record until the 1920s. We're not quite sure how far back that goes. Probably to maybe 1900 or late 1800s. The old country blues. It says thank you. Then WC. You're right. You should learn some more Robert Johnson songs. I got some coming up. Probably gonna do Terraplane or Phonograph Blues, something like that. Working on Preaching Blues, Up Jump the Devil. For Ferriera says, is there a blues song or guitarist that uses open C? Not one that I can think of. Might be one out there. Working on the lyrics to Preaching Blues, like Robert Johnson's version. You know. Woke up this morning. You know. Baptist preacher, let's go. Yeah, they like Son House wrote the Preaching Blues. I got a video on it somewhere there. Like, blues walking like a man. Yeah, Josh M. Yep, that's the Robert Johnson version. W.C. Handy played a huge role in bringing blues to a wider audience. His compositions really laid the groundwork for the genre. Yeah, that's pretty much true. Yeah, But I think Memphis Blues was done in what, 1915 on record. I'm just an old guy that cares where the Joe came from Africa. Love that song, Preaching Blues. See if I can remember the fucking words to that. I play it and smoke this. Fucking Gershwin. Yeah, good old George Gershwin, like the jazz composer. He definitely has some good stuff. Died young too. Yeah, he basically took jazz music and made like classical out of it. Got a brother too, didn't he? Ira Gershwin, like he wrote some shit. Nick Champlin sends $5. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that. And he says, nice. Appreciate that, too. Banjo Boy says, slide Mountain Dew. He wants to hear Mountain Dew. All right. Play y'all some Mountain Dew. His son House Preaching Blues is in what tuning, and if it's different from Robert's version, it's open D. I'm pretty sure he might have played it in open E. I can't remember, but I just did it there in the open D. Now Robert Johnson's in E. Y'all give me 1 second. Step outside and take care of some business, and come right back. Play y'all some Mountain Dew. Okay, Mountain Dew on what instrument? Banjo or guitar? Ferreira says, so fellas, how was your day? Mine was pretty good. You know, Wetke Punk says, saw Popcorn Sutton dancing on Mountain Dew. Well, he made quite a few jars of Mountain Dew. I was going to ask about a D tuning. It's pretty good for slide and shit. And Bibek Calshaw says, hi Ed, what's up Bibek? Is that the same as a E only capo? You know, you tune to open D, you can put the capo on the second fret and get like E, basically. Yeah. So, Mountain Dew. What do y'all think of banjo or guitar? Chef's choice. So, he says, I was joking. Is Mountain Dew a homebrew? But Mountain Dew means, you know, corn liquor. Right. I'll do it on the guitar. Capo. That blurry shit. Oh, focus. Pick. All right.
Down the road here from me, there's an old hollow tree where you lay down $1 or $2. Roll around the bend and come back again. That's a jug full of that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and in that refuse it our fuel. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my truck with that good old Mountain Dew. Mr. Roosevelt told him just how it felt when they heard that the dry long gone through. Your liquor's too ready to sweat up your head, better stick to that old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew. Hand him that refusing hot fuel. I'll hush up my mug and fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Well, my Uncle already sawed off and short, only measured a 4'2". Big as a giant when you give him a pint of that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew. Hand him that refusing hot fuel. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. My brother Bill's got a still on the hill where he makes him a gallon or two. Well, the buzzers in the sky get so drunk they can't fly when they smell that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, Dew, Dew. Well, then that refuse it off you. I'll hush up my mug, fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew.
Some old Mountain Dew there. Nobody knows who wrote it, but fucking wore out pick here. Kind of fucked the flat picking up a little bit, but didn't J.D. Vance refer to Mountain Dew to? Did he mean the drink or the music? He probably meant the fucking drink. Wasn't he like a hillbilly dude or something? Nick Champlin sends 99 cents. Appreciate that, man. Where's my cowbell? Shit. Good day, y'all. As I stumble in, what feels like my local now? Crab juice. I ain't got no crab juice. Mountain Dew or crab juice? Crab juice, please. I don't think I've ever drank the juice of a crab. Is that like an Australian term for like illicit liquor? And Nick Champlin says it belongs to us all. Yeah, it's pretty much an open tune. Yeah. Simpsons go to New York. Was that thumb picking it? That was flat picking. Homer reference. Oh, okay. I probably haven't seen any Simpsons since maybe the first like 7 or 8 seasons back in the 90s. God damn, run out of cigarettes. Some in the fridge here. Flat pick any other like that? I hope I don't flat pick any other like that. I've been kind of screwed up the flat picking on that one. This damn wore out pick. You know, I'd play some Stanley Brothers and stuff like that. Dallas Batchy sends Australian $1. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Gotta get wound down here. Probably stay on to 2 or 2:30, something like that. Banjo Boy says, "Come on, Friday night." Slide Spearman says, "Keith Richards, the blues is probably the most important thing America has ever given the world." Couldn't agree more. Yeah, probably so. Yeah, as far as like, yeah, just influence, like just on world music and shit. Yeah. Dr. Pop says, "LOL, reaching for the cigarettes, butt crack blues." Nick Champlin says, "Only 11 in Arizona." How can people live in Arizona? Like, I don't get it. That's a fucking environment for lizards. How do y'all live there? You know, kind of true for Australia too, actually. Dallas Batchy says, "Wish I could bust out my harmonica with you." Yeah, I can't even play a harmonica. Like, I wish I could. Howlin' Wolf probably smoked. Yeah, he sounds like he smoked a few, like with that raspy voice he had. Yeah. And Bibek sends an Australian $3.99. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you very much for that. And Banjo Boy says, "Go where there might be water." I don't know why I just decided to pick on the desert people, but yeah, like certain climates, like I'm not sure how people survive in them. Like way out in like New Mexico and places like that, like, you know, we got like trees and water and shit out here, you know. I could probably like hang out in Australia. That's a fucking cool country. You know, like every animal like wants to kill you and shit, but it's, you know, cool fucking country. But I like down there in Arizona, man. Like, I just come out here, you know. There's like you know, trees and ponds and all that kind of shit. Just kind of fucking let the lizards have that fucking area. Dallas Batchy says, rolling me up some medication on off to do some responsibilitying." Oh shit, man. Rolling up some medication. Talk about like some type stuff. Oz is chill comparatively. Oh yeah, it's kind of winter down there, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. It's like just past Christmas time down there, like or like what would be Christmas here, I guess. You should visit Australia, man. It's a beautiful country. I'd love to come down there. That place is fucking cool. Nick Champlin says it's bad June, July, midday. Yeah, it gets pretty bad here too, like in June and July. Like it's fucking like 95 degrees every day. My girlfriend likes your guitar playing. I would appreciate that. Tell her, hey. Dallas Batchy says 25°C freezing. It's kind of like probably like what we get in January right now in the southern hemisphere. Martian Murray says Australia and Japan are the only countries I'd like to visit. I'd kind of like to visit the UK and Ireland and see some of that stuff, and maybe Rome and Athens, and I'd love to see fucking Australia too. That plane ride would probably suck. So Dallas Batchy says we like it hot. Yeah. Does it get humid down there like it does here though? I mean, the heat here is especially shitty, like in South Carolina, because it's very humid. Like that damn humidity makes it where you can't really sweat as much, and it just burns you up. It's like being in a fucking sauna or something. But as far as, like Arizona, I haven't been out there, haven't been out west. But supposedly it's like more of a dry heat they have out there. Big country, lots of climates, but yeah, humid as fuck. Oh, okay, yeah. But my take is above 100 Fahrenheit sucks. Yeah. I mean, down here the humidity, like if it gets like in the 90s, it feels like shit. I don't know how people made it down here like 100 years ago, like before they had air conditioning and shit. But then again, as a kid, they made us stay outside all day, and didn't bother us. We drank water out of the fucking hose pipe and shit. It must have been rough, yeah. Martian Murray says, I feel a huge difference from just 99 to 100. But like that, when it's in the 80s, that's pretty nice. Like, that's okay. It gets up in the fucking 90s around here, like with the humidity, like it starts to suck. I was out mowing the lawn today and that shit. I have to mow the lawn now because I have a wife. Like, my dad never cut the grass. He didn't give a shit. Hey, could I get you to do a shout out to my sick mom? My sick mom Sue, if possible. Please champion and maybe an old classic Lead Belly or Robert Johnson song of your choice. What's up, Sue? How you doing? Hey there. I'll do you some Robert Johnson real quick. Grab my Rezo back here. Got to retune it. Capo.
Crossroads, fell down on my knees. Lord above, I'm a sinner. Say, poor Bob, if you please. Down at the crossroads, I tried to fag it right. I went to the crossroads, I tried to fag it right. Nobody seemed to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Believe to my soul now, babe. Whole body sinking down. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. I didn't have no sweet woman, babe. Yeah, to my distress. You can run, run, run. Tell my friend, boy, Willie Brown. You can run, run, run. Tell my friend, boy, Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe. Believe I'm sinking down.
All right. Says legend. Appreciate that. I have to do the lawn tomorrow if it doesn't rain. Oh shit, yeah. Nick Champlin says, sweet, appreciate that, man. Got 8 people left in here. Shite. Guess I'll stay on for a few more minutes, maybe drink this beer and have another shot with y'all. Let's do a shot. Shit. One for the road. Some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Down to 7 now. Shit. All right. All right, cheers, y'all. Says, we'll both, me and you and my mom are so appreciative. That was awesome. Both me and my mom are appreciative. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Hope your mom gets better. Glad you didn't get flooded by Debbie. It'll fucking never flood here. I'm on top of a hill, like sand hills. Says, thanks so much, mate. All right, you're welcome, man. The Champlin says, the Jamesons, I thought you better. I got cheap this week. I bought some cheap shit, Good cheap liquor, though, like Jameson, like the best cheap liquor you can buy. Now, I wish I had another bottle of this stuff. It's Glenfiddich, like 14-year-old Scotch. You can tell I don't clean my building very much. I got all these empty whiskey bottles and shit, like, sitting around. So Nick Champlin says, Jim, you don't mean Jim Beam, do you? Like, as far as bourbon, like, I like to drink, this stuff, Maker's Mark. Got the Jefferson's here, Jefferson's bourbon. Now, the damn old Jim Beam, like I can't do it no more. It was a favorite drink of G.G. Allen, like one of my favorite singers, but he says Maker's, hell yeah, I'd like me some Maker's Mark. Banjo Boy says thanks for the Friday bat time. Yeah, we'll try our next stream probably Wednesday at 8:30. Like I try to do it like the usual time, Wednesday 8:30. Sitting here bullshitting, stuttering, and drinking. Christopher Foster says, I'm usually quiet, but I really dig the music and the natural humor. Thank you for sharing both. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Speak up more. Shit. Like to hear from y'all. Hey, I'm a quiet guy. I don't fucking comment on YouTube videos or forums or anything like that. So. Nick Champlin says, thanks for the tunes. Have a good one. You have a good one too, man. Let's probably finish this damn Heineken here and I'll probably get off here. Dr. Pop says, rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy. Yeah, I'd probably have probably rather have a bottle of alcohol in front of me than a lobotomy. So your studio is separate from your house, right? Yeah, just got this building out here. I can do whatever I want out of here and stuff, and not get bitched at. Yeah, I bought this building for $100. The guy was going to light it on fire. He's like, well, I'll give it to you if you want it. I'm going to burn it down. And I paid $100 to have it moved here, from down the road. And fixed it up, insulated it, So it's basically like my little man cave. And Dallas Batchy says, I'm off, team. Peace out, man. See you later. Took me a second to get the joke from Dr. Pop there. Bottle in front of me and a frontal lobotomy. Yeah. Took me a second. Been drinking all night. Shit. Ed, play something. I don't want to watch the Olympics. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know people watched the Olympics until I met my fucking wife, and she watches them. Like I watched the fucking Atlanta Olympics with Kurt Angle, beating that Russian guy, and then 2 years later he's on TV hitting people with chairs and shit, right? I don't know if I'll be any good on the banjo, after drinking liquor for 5 hours. Says, keep the blues alive, Ed. Appreciate that. Mr. Josh M. All right, just like fucking 7 people left in here. I think we'll call it a night. Just look for me at 8:30 Wednesday this week. Dr. Pop says this is where it's at. I hope so. Yeah. Got my little live streaming radio show here. Don't know what to call it. All right, night, says Nick Champlin. Have a good night. Martian Murray says peace out and rock on. And we'll end it right here. Midwest Adventure says, all right, you have a good night, Ed. See you later, man. Midwest Adventures. Banjo Boy says, a goodbye, awesome. You're a great musician. Appreciate that, man. All right, see y'all next time. Probably Wednesday at 8:30. And cheers, all the best from Christopher Foster. All right. And as Johnny Rotten would say, peace off.